Welcome to the RedBlue Pod number 45. How are you, DC?
Pretty bad. Pretty bad. Yeah, today was not a good day. Um, I kind of don't want to get into it, but let's just say for the last couple of weeks, it feels like I've been like sort of hated by people, mainly girls. Yeah, I don't want to get into the reason why, but let's just say it's for a stupid reason. And then today, it's like, have you ever had those days where there's a girl that you like and yet everyone likes to force you and her, and yet one day you see her talking with one of the people who are forcing you, and basically he says stuff, insults her, but like as jokes. That's kind of how I've been feeling lately. Yeah, it's very rough. Yeah, very rough.
It's not funny. Like people are sometimes really awkward as teenagers, and they act weird, and it's wrong the way they act sometimes.
Yeah, like like I get the whole when they get to teenager points, they start acting more quote unquote more mature, or at least understanding of things, but I don't think that's really true because I mean
Yeah,
I've known some of these guys since like elementary school, and yet they still act the same way. It's like,
yeah. No, to
damn.
me, it gets at least. I mean, again, everybody has a different like maturity rate. For me, I think for most people, it actually starts doing that around 20 to 21. I think.
I think when you get your first job, you grow a lot because you learn that the world is bigger than what it used to be when all you had to care about is school and like uh, friends, even if it's not that much friendship as teenagers, because sometimes it's just when you're at that age that you get along, and as you grow older,
Yeah,
you realize you don't have the same interests and you don't want to preserve some of these so-called friendship.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I will just say, all the fucking cunts that were at my school years back, they're pretty much like drug dealers these days. So yeah,
Okay,
it made me feel a lot better.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
What about
Yeah.
you, Cole? I'm very sorry
Uh,
to hear about that, DC, but yeah, it'll
yeah,
get better.
it's rough. Yeah,
Yeah.
high school is just filled with a bunch of cunts. Just once you get out, it's all good. But yeah,
Yeah.
I would say the last 5.5 days leading up to this stream were garbage, and I spent a lot of hours just thinking about things and kind of like frozen to place, just dealing with shit. It was pretty rough, but the last day and a half though leading up to this were pretty good though, at least. Yeah, also because of that, I didn't. I was gonna get ahead on watching the stuff. I didn't get to for the stream like early, but because of that, I kind of then didn't, and also didn't do something for another stream I was supposed to by Monday. So I'll have to hold that off again. But so yeah, I kind of rushed it in the last like day and a half. But yeah, either way, the last day and a half has been good. But yeah, the days prior to that were pretty shitty.
Man, I feel blessed at some extent because my life is slowly getting better. I will start a new job 2 weeks from now, like one of my best job ever. It's like not necessarily the dream job, but one of the best job we can have in security, which is amazing because I feel like I worked very hard to get that and I got it. So I feel a bit sad because I feel like I cannot really share like that kind of happiness to others because it's not something you can really share. I wish like I could help out, and I hope this stream both of you will feel a bit better after that. I really hope so.
Mhm.
Yeah, I guess now we can start with the topics. So the first one, The Flash, Season 9, Episode 9. Uh, let's start off with DC. Uh, what were your thoughts overall without going too deep into it?
Definitely the best episode of the season, but it definitely had a lot of flaws.
Yeah. Okay. I'm on board with a lot of things you said. That was, however, my favorite episode we got in this season, and I will have a weird take here, but I think this is probably one of my favorite episodes since season 2, and I feel like that episode was just amazing. It felt like a Arrow, but also a Flash episode that when both shows were actually good, which is surprising coming from Eric Wallace. I've heard a lot of theories around that maybe Stephen Amell, the actor that plays Oliver, had some kind of insight, and he was like, "This needs to be good if I'm around," and that's the vibe I'm getting from it. So maybe these insights did help. Now, Cole actually said he didn't quite remember, but do you remember now that we mentioned Oliver and
Yeah,
him coming back?
I remember that. Yeah, it was the one where he came. Right. So yeah, this was one of my listen, I wrote down some notes somewhere, and I'm trying to look for them. If I can't, then that will suck. But I believe, as yeah, from what I remember, now that you reminded me that it was that episode, yeah, this was one of my favorite, probably my favorite episode this season. Actually, there were some issues as per usual I have with it, but overall, I think it really got the tone right. At least I think, and
Yeah.
there's some really good acting in it this time around, and some good lines and such. And yeah, that's all I'll say for now. But while I try to hopefully look for these. Oh, actually, okay. Okay, I just found some there. Okay, I don't think this is all done, but oh well. But okay, I will say the start of the episode, I wasn't the biggest fan of, though. I thought it was kind of cheesy and pointless. I wasn't a big fan of the start of the episode, from what I remember. Um, But yeah, the one big reason why I really like this episode though was I think there was something more to this villain wise and conflict wise than any other episode this season, and I think they really nailed the pacing, the tone, the impact of it all. Um, yeah, and I thought the music was actually fantastic in this episode. And there's one big issue I have with it from reading my notes here, besides the introduction, which is I thought some of the shots were filmed far too dark. They could have lightened it up a bit, but other than that, it's yeah, no more complaints really.
That's very interesting. I will say that um, Bloodwork was Eric Wallace's best villain, and he was part of Eric Wallace's best story he did, and that was back in season 6. So the fact that he came back here was very interesting. Bloodwork is basically the villain for that week, and um, maybe when you will watch season 6, when once we get there, you will actually like him more, because now you have seen him again later on. But this is a really good villain, and it's Eric Wallace's best villain. And I think Bloodwork was one of the few reasons why this episode was so good for pretty much everyone. And Oliver as well was amazing. And I enjoyed the fact that he came back during that episode. That was just great. But yeah, let's go over the issues before we really dive deep into what we liked. So starting with DC, what would be your
Mm.
issues?
Okay, so some of my issues were that first of all, I know that they had Bloodwork return come back in the comic in a comic book version. However, I personally think that they should have explored that on TV. Like, how did Bloodwork escape? Also, Barry doesn't really question how did Bloodwork escape. Yeah. Another problem I have is how bring back Oliver Queen. Like, I feel like kind of disgraces Crisis and Arrow's final season for what it was coming up, what it was leading up towards, because having Oliver Queen come back, well, obviously it was a lot of fun. I personally thought it was the wrong move to do on the Flash's final season because Oliver Queen ended on his show with no one around from the others, or at least for like or had other characters apart from the crossover. The Flash has Oliver Queen return. Granted, seeing Oliver Queen was great, but in my personal opinion, I think I would have preferred they just reference or show flashbacks of Oliver Queen, not really himself.
Okay, I can see where you are coming from. Any other issues?
I think that's about it. Apart from the usual, if season 9 issues that we've had this entire season.
Um, so I had two issues with this episode. Um, the first issue would be musical cringe karaoke. My ears were bleeding. I was like, why am I? Why? What's that? Why are you ruining the moment with this shit? Really?
I don't even remember that scene.
That was cringe. Like that was eye rolling. Uh, Next up would be we see so many character back yet. We don't see Joe. I guess it's because he wasn't listed for that episode, but it felt off a bit that Joe wouldn't be there for Barry's birthday, you know? But that's just me here. Um, these are my issues, and I'm actually glad they brought back Oliver, and it didn't undermine anything because Oliver is still dead. He was the Spectre, and when he got his buddy to interact with Bloodwork and to team up with Flash, that was just temporarily because he explained that the multiverse is in danger, so he could help out and stuff. I like that, and the fact that they took that one last spear, it really felt like fan service, and it was good fan service because they explained it well on why he is back, and that's just me trying my best to defend that because I actually enjoyed that. I like the idea. And as I said earlier, that was the best episode since season 2 days. Or I could also say since the start of season 6 because the start of season 6 was actually amazing. What really missed the mark for me in season 6 was the back half with Mirror Mistress. That was godly terrible. I don't know what it was thinking when he made that crap there. I know you liked it, but that's the one storyline they dragged on forever and forever and forever and forever and forever. You get the
Yeah.
the the essence of it. um, so I was glad to see Deagle again. Wally being back was great. Blood work felt like blood work. It was the best part of season 6 and probably one of the top tier villain of the show since Zoom. And I will even go to that extent to say how much I like Bloodwork. I actually think Bloodwork is a better villain than Reverse Flash. And my main reason is he didn't get ruined. And I feel like each time they brought back Reverse Flash, they made him worse and worse. Like the first two seasons, Reverse Flash was fine, but I feel like When he was brought back in season 5, it was worse. When he was brought back in season 6, it was worse. When he came back in season 7, it was worse. When he came back in season 8, it was actually decent, but it was nowhere near as good as season 1. Reverse Flash best season was season 1. And maybe is one appearance in season 2. But even there, I feel like I defend him too much. Reverse Flash used to be a great villain. They really ruined him throughout the show. Um, but yeah, I think Bloodwork, because they didn't have time to ruin him, is actually a better villain than Reverse Flash. And I think Zoom is the only villain that's really better than Bloodwork. But outside of that, like, Bloodwork is clearly a top tier for me. Um, Next up, finally, Wally gets some great material. It's long overdue. I feel like he was underused, and that's probably how the actor felt, and that's one of the reasons why the actor left the show this early. Um, so yeah, next up would be um, the exchange with Bloodwork was good. Barry breaking out of the dream world. Barry exchanged with Wally. Spectre talking to Oliver. Well, actually, oh yeah, that's when Barry was basically killed, and he was brought in like purgatory or something, and he met Oliver there. I like that scene a lot. Wally and Bloodwork opening a breach to another Earth. Oliver talking about his crusade. Oliver versus the zombies was amazing. It felt like an Arrow sequence where he just punched the crap out of these zombies, and I liked it a lot. Fight choreography was on point. It really felt like Arrow, and I enjoyed that. Um, Next up would be Wally versus Barry was cool. Another speedster fight, like the good old days of the show. Oliver knowing everything about Keanu made sense since he is Spectre. Oliver and Diggle, goodbye. I think that's something we should have gotten in Crisis on Infinite Earth. But I find since I got it here, they have a proper goodbye, and I like that a lot. Barry, Oliver drinking and talking, emotional departure of Oliver. I will say that I felt something, man. That bar scene and him leaving and having the opening speech of the show being told again. I feel like it wasn't made by Eric Wallace. This episode wasn't made by Eric Wallace.
Yeah, I can understand some of that.
um, what did you like? I know Cole has already mentioned many likes and dislikes. What did you like, DC? I'm sure you found stuff to
um,
enjoy.
yeah, I enjoyed Bloodwork. I enjoyed I feel like his overall presence was not ruined, which was the main thing I was worried about this episode. I like they brought back Wally, which they should have used Wally more in the show because I feel like he was such a wasted character on the show. Especially later seasons when they barely featured him. Um, I I like that that party sequence was there. It kind of gives you an old season, mainly like season 1 or season 3, like kind of vibes. Then everything goes wrong. Then Bloodwork crashes the party, and I like that whole like mindset sequence where Bloodwork is just fooling with Barry and it's like making him say flashbacks. I enjoyed that sequence. It reminded me a lot of season 6 as to why I thought that season was great. I also enjoyed the fight scenes, like you said. They were very Arrow slash Mission Impossible like as well, which I really enjoyed. Um, yeah, I think those are it. Yeah.
Okay, Cole, is there anything else you'd like to share or mention?
I mean, nothing like new that I haven't really said yet. I don't think. But again, I just love the villains, and the acting in this episode, how all the characters are handled, and with Oliver, and yeah, the action was very good as well. And again, music, just all that stuff. And really, the only issue is just the intro for me. I didn't like, and yeah, they could have been a bit lighter in some shots. Not near the end though. I think near the end, it was better that it was darker like that. But yeah, maybe more in the middle though. So yeah, nothing really else I have to say. I would just be repeating the same stuff.
So I've got a question for you now. Where do you stand exactly on the fence? Like, DC wasn't really happy on the way Oliver was brought back, and I was happy because it didn't undermine anything. Where do you stand for? Are you more like it was cool seeing him again, or are you more like, oh yeah, they shouldn't have bring him back? What's your take on that?
Uh, okay. Here's okay. I can understand why they wouldn't want to see him return ever again. Bring him back like this after the the last one or two episodes of Arrow, and then the Crisis Earth or whatever thing. But I don't mind it. I think they kind of messed up with how they should have done it, though. I think they should have. What they probably should have done instead was have that Crisis Earth episode be the last episode of Green Arrow, and then have this season keep going, kind of, and then we get this episode, and then they have like a special thing for Green Arrow, which was the one or two last episodes, but that is released after this. Because in my opinion, I don't mind what they did here, and I think it's a good, close and chapter thing with Barry and such. But I think they should have maybe formatted it, whatever, scheduled it like that instead.
Yeah. So I will say that you haven't seen Arrow final season. I don't think you did. You told me you stopped watching season.
I ended up watching. Yeah, well, I ended up watching the last one or two episodes of Arrow for fun after the Crisis on Infinite Earth, so I did see that. So
Oh,
that's
okay.
why I know that. But yeah, but outside of that, though, I haven't seen too much of Arrow.
Okay. So anyway, we will cover that eventually. Arrow is a future topic for sure. Um, but yeah, I'm glad they brought back Oliver Whiteout, really erasing what happened in Crisis. So, what would be your grade out of 10, Cole, for episode 9?
Um, any other time, this I might be super generous. Like again, I'm not the biggest fan of the Flash to begin with anyway. So unlike something like Stargirl that would get really high ratings for me, it would still get very positive ratings when it makes a good season or a good episode, but just not too high, just in the good range, like a 7 or a 6. But there are episodes that are definitely high, like a 9 or an 8 for me. That they're rare, but it happens. With this episode, this could have been one of them, but as DC said, though, the same nitpick here and there issues that every episode in season 9 has drags it down for me to being around a 7.5 out of 10. So that's what I'll give it. Yeah, excellent episode though for the Flash.
And yeah, considering your the way you score things, that's actually really great score because
Yeah,
you're a bit more strict, if we can call it that way, than
yeah. Like
the
again,
average viewer.
yeah, again, like a 7 out of 10 for me is in the great range, and then an
Yeah,
8 out of 10 excellent. So if you make it in that range, then yeah, like even just
did good job.
for me a 5, yeah, for me like yeah, like for me a 5 out of 10 is okay. So
So 7.5 for Cole. What about you, DC?
Mm. I was thinking either 7.5 or an 8 or an 8. again, I think this episode was good, but it definitely had a lot of flaws. So I'm kind of in the 7 or 8 range.
Okay. I gave this episode a 9.5 out of 10. And if I look at the tier list of all episodes, I think this episode comes in fourth place for me. Welcome to Earth 2 is better, but this episode was not that far behind, and it was better than a few episodes I really liked in season 2, which is like Flash of Two Worlds, Family of Rogues, and King Shark. I really like these episodes, but this one here was better than all of the one I just mentioned. Really great episodes for me. I will rewatch that for sure in the future, and I know I will enjoy it a lot when I will rewatch. Um, okay, so episode 10 will be the next topic. Um, so, um, let's start off with this. What did you dislike about episode? Sorry about that. Um, so yeah, DC, what did you dislike about episode 10? Did you enjoy it overall? So what's your take in this first part in the last graphic novel?
Mm. I enjoyed the episode, but it definitely had some flaws. For starters, some things I did not like were all of the time travel stuff, because I feel like it's kind of a bit confusing, because like surely with Barry, when this with having the Speed Force, having the yellow lightning around, or the lightning, pretty sure normal people can still see that. So I don't know why nobody at least brings it up that, hey, there's that thing that just came by. Don't know what it was, but it had lightning on it. Don't know what it was. I also feel like some of Barry's interactions kind of feel like, when you really look into perspective, they're pretty big. Like like in the scene where he's having dinner with his mom and his dad. I feel like, wouldn't that technically change the timeline? Because really, any if because Bart said in season 1, if you go back decades, think of the havoc you can cause. Like, it's even from a small thing. So I
Maybe
feel like,
like
go
maybe
on.
maybe I will defend the show a bit too much, but we don't know what happened that day. Maybe that's something that always happens because it didn't really move too much things around. But there again, maybe I try to defend the show too much, and maybe you make a really good point. Um, so yeah, go on. I'm curious to hear more.
Other problems I've had, I feel like hmm, I also feel like some of the timeline changes, or the I feel like the main issue is just the time travel stuff, because for me, I didn't quite get it, because of how, if Barry gets transported in 2000, then wouldn't people technically notice that there is something wrong? Like in season 2, I could sort of believe it more, because it's still technically Barry from season 1, so he's just revisiting season 1 again, technically. But I feel like 2000 is a bit too far, because even then, yeah. And also, when Barry gets attacked by Barton in the parking lot, the one that causes Henry and Nora to put him to check on him, I also feel like, wouldn't people technically see that, hey, there was some red lightning that just attacked this one guy? So again, maybe I'm just nitpicking, but I find stuff like that a little more like, I feel like it's kind of breaking the time travel rules that the Flash has set up. Like, this is stuff you would see on Legends, because, well, Legends doesn't give a crap about time travel rules. So I feel like, for me, it kind of hurt the time travel rules of the Flash.
You make really good point with people not seeing Flash running around. I have nothing to defend that. I actually agree with you. And I see this episode as being a bit worse now, but yeah, you make really good points. It's Eric Wallace. I will blame it on the writer, on the showrunner. Oh
Yeah.
my! You gave me ammo, bro. So, any
Yep.
other issue?
I think that's about it. That's
Okay.
about it.
So, what about you, Cole? What are your issues with episode 10?
Mm. Yeah. So episode 10. Here's the thing. I like the time travel scenes like themselves, like how they were made. I thought they were well made, but when it came to the actual like time travel story and everything, no, it was confusing and really not too well done in my opinion in those regards. The editing was sloppy as hell. The camera work in this episode was disappointing in comparison to others in other episodes and felt half-assed and like no character. It felt like an AI directed it. And I'll say one thing with this episode that I really have kind of a gripe with is it is this isn't like a bad episode in my opinion. I actually think just like the last episode, not as anywhere near as much though, but I think this is one of the better episodes in season 9 as well, which isn't saying too much though, and it isn't like top 3 or anything, but it's because there are better ones in this in my opinion, but there were but it's one of the least bad ones, and it isn't bad. But my one gripe with this though is the same thing that I've had with many episodes this season and with Wallace. It's why are you listen? Maybe if you have like 30 episodes in the season, sure, but it just feels a little weird that they're spending another episode on something like this with how few episodes that are left. I feel like they could have either sped that up a bit, or they could have, no pun intended, or they could have just done something else. I feel like we've kind of been through this many times, and it isn't. And when it comes to the main story, again, I think they just haven't been spending as much time as they should have on the overarching story to this final season to close it off after that shitty ass villain in the first part of it and the Oliver episode. I just yeah, I'm kind of confused. So yeah, nothing else to really say. But yeah, it isn't a very good episode. Isn't a bad episode though to me.
Okay, so my turn to mention my issues. Shigra scene tried really hard to be funny, but it wasn't. I'm like, okay, that's Eric Wallace giving his flavor to the freaking writing of my deleted scenes. I don't care about them.
Yeah, Sam. I just skipped
Why?
through during these 2 episodes. I just skipped them because I'm like, why do I need Chagra? I don't care about it. I mean, yeah, is it meant to be like your kind of like that flirtatious couple? But it's pointless. I'm like, there's no point of Chagra. I mean, Chester and Allegra aren't even bad characters. It's just this romance stuff. I'm like, just no, I'm not interested in it. Like,
Chester's a good character. Allegra is atrocious.
yeah,
I
yeah,
really
like,
despise Allegra.
yeah, like even in season 6 when they were setting up Chester and Allegra's characters, even then in season 6 it wasn't like as forced as it is nowadays at the very least. And I swear to you, it feels like now the final scene of this the series finale would literally just be Chester and Allegra getting married at this point. If that's what they're still building up to in the final season of these 13 episodes, I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be the what we're gonna end on. Chester and Allegra getting married. You may kiss right now, Chester P. Runk and Allegra Garcia. You may kiss each other now, and why?
Rainbow has power. Forcing down your throat a stupid couple that doesn't make sense. Like,
Yeah.
if they had chemistry, I would be like, okay, that's fine. If it made sense, okay, that's fine. But outside of the indie, what do they share in common? Like, Chester is a nerd, which is fine. It's not pejorative here. It's fine. Like, nerd are amazing people, but um, he is really like that introvert guy, and I feel like Allegra is so underdeveloped that I cannot really picture if she is an extrovert or introvert. Like, if she gets along with people. Like, the bits I've seen from Allegra, she actually doesn't really get along well with people because she didn't have the respect from her co-worker in season 8. And like, Allegra is so underdeveloped. Like, why should we care about what she experienced and stuff? Like, when they tried to work on her character, everyone around her got better material than herself. I just don't get it. That character is so terrible, and it's sad. It's just very sad. Why so much focus is placed into a character that I cannot even like describe? Like, Chester, it's obvious what are his strengths. He's smart, and he is a good friend. He is someone we can rely on, and he is all about peace. He didn't want to do weapons in season 8 or 7, I can't remember. So he's that science guy. So I can tell much more about Chester than Allegra. Allegra, it's like, what does she likes to do? Like, when she's on her own, without Chester around, you know? Like, what's her character traits? She feels like a very bland character, and it's sad. It's just a wasted character, I think. And I don't know if it's the writing, the actress, or both. I think it's both. Maybe it's both. But I just don't care about Allegra. So I have some kind of apathy when she's on screen. I just don't care about what's going on. That's a
Yeah.
big rant. The other issue I had was pacing. I feel like some of the episodes could have been trimmed down, and it could have helped out a lot the episode. But despite these two issues, I do think this episode was still very good. It was one of my favorite episodes in the show. Actually, maybe I praised it too much because I'm thinking again about freaking Allegra. Truly hate that character. I will actually make that episode drop a bit just because of Allegra. Cannot stand that character. Um, but yeah, I feel like that was a good start for this final graphic novel, as he likes to call these. Um, so yeah, let's go over to the stuff we liked. I think Cole already mentioned a few.
Yeah. Basically, I said this with honestly a lot of recent episodes. I can't tell if it's because they kind of are loosening the strings with fucking their shitty ass scripts and these actors or whatnot in the last stretch of the season, but since it's basically the end and are just letting them do their thing a bit more. But again, I think, even though there are still writing issues or the writing isn't good, I think the act in itself and the characters are now, just like the last few recent episodes, have been good though. Again, script or writing still an issue kind of, but the act in itself I think has been really good. And let's see, yes, the editing I said was sloppy in this episode, I believe, if I remember correctly. But the one thing I really liked though was the sound design and the sound editing, so that kind of redeemed it for me. And then I did think Well, I thought the camera work was kind of shitty. I did think the cinematography was an improvement from the last episode. And yeah, overall that's about it though. There's nothing else that really like stands out for me. It's mainly anything else that isn't like bad. It's mainly just like competent. So yeah.
So, what about you? Do you see stuff you like, you'd
Mm,
like to share?
mm. Stuff I like. I enjoyed that. The whole like Barry and Eobard storyline. I enjoyed how this is actually Eobard when he was. This is actually Eobard when he's actually a good character because
Yeah.
it's that rivalry with Barry, and I think this is probably the best stuff Dawn we've seen ever since season 3 or season 5 or yeah season 3.
He wasn't in season 3. I can't
Yeah,
remember. No, he wasn't in
he
3.
was he was in a Flashpoint episode.
Oh, you're right. I almost
Yeah,
forgot about that. You're right. That was the only appearance he had. But you're right.
yeah,
I'm on board with you. I agree with you. I think that was his best appearance since Flashpoint.
yeah, yeah.
That's all forgettable season 3 is. I actually forgot he was there in Flashpoint. Now I remember his line. He's like, was the villain now, Flash? But you needed to bring this one up for me to remember. um, yeah. I'm on board with you with that. So,
Yeah.
anything else you liked in this episode?
I also enjoyed how it kind of goes full circle with the night, even if I feel like the time travel stuff with Barry's talk with Dawn both before and after the whole thing was makes no sense. I still well enjoyed it. Yeah, yeah. So overall, I can say it was a good episode. Definitely had a lot of flaws, so that's for sure.
Okay. Um, so, I actually liked Eddie being back. I think that was Eddie, right? Um,
That was Malcolm, a character named Malcolm. That was fortunately not Eddie.
oh, okay, that's Malcolm. I guess that's Malcolm. Um,
Yeah,
Barry talking to Joe about needing a Tina help. Oh, that's when Barry just arrived. I enjoyed that scene a lot. Barry being stranded in time was fine. I feel like that's something legends used to do a lot, but here I feel like they did it better. Um, Barry meeting his parents at the hospital. Barry meeting Eobard. Eobard and Barry talking. Emotional talk between Barry and his parent after meeting Eobard. Uh, Barry meeting the kind of new villain, the new avatar, or I don't know. I really like that fight scene at the hospital. That was well done. That was really good. It felt like something we would get in season 1, 2, and probably like season 6, like at the early stage of it. It was like very good. I enjoyed that fight. What did guys thought of the fight between Barry and the new villain that uses Joe Body, starting with Cole? Did you enjoy the fight or not? Cole. I guess we will start with DC then. Did you
uh,
enjoy the fight between Joe and well, fake Joe or whatever the villain is that took over Joe Buddy and Barry?
I thought the fight was decent. I enjoy how it kind of had like some Arrow vibes, but apart from that, I thought it was just an average fight scene. Yeah,
Okay.
not like basically. Yeah.
I'm wondering what's going on with Cole. Maybe his neighbor are doing something. I will get back to it once Cole shows some sign of life, proof of life.
His neighbors, man, his neighbors.
um, so, where are we now? Oh yeah, um, Barry talking to Eobard. Barry not able to pep talk Eobard into thinking again about his plan. I like that. El Barton is just a villain, and sometimes you just cannot reason with villains. And I like that a lot.
Yeah, yeah,
Did you like that?
yeah. I've liked that, and I do agree. Some villains, it's so hard to like talk with them. Like, yeah, it's so hard to even talk to one bad person. It's like it kind of gets ridiculously crazy to see sometimes.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Did you want to add something else?
no, I was just gonna say like, oh, what was it? Like, oh, I've been in that position. It's so hard to talk to the bad people. But yeah, basically it was like that. Nothing like important, really. Yeah.
Okay. Is Cole back? Are you back with us, Cole? Just let us know. Like, drop something in the chat. um, so after that, I enjoyed a lot that emotional talk about moving on. Barry getting his peace at last. I enjoyed that because it's character growth. It's something we needed more in the Flash. We got it after 9th season. At last, we got it. Barry has moved on. What did you think of that as a longtime watcher of the show?
Yeah, I thought it was good, I guess.
Um, Next up, the origin story of the Big Bad being a mirror to Barry's. I enjoyed that a lot. Now I hope Cole will be back soon. Because I think we are about to finish this talk about episode 10. Um, which episode did you like the most, DC? Episode 9 or 10?
Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a really tough one because episode 9, because I think they're both good episodes, but man, they both have flaws, and it's major flaws. I was at best. This isn't like, oh, like an episode that, oh, it has some good moments and some meh moments. This is really, really tough. Hmm. I probably would say I probably say I enjoyed episode 9 more.
Because of Oliver?
I think it's probably because of blood work.
Oh, really? Oh, interesting. I also liked more episode 9. But for me, it's because of Oliver. Also like Bloodwork a lot. Um, yeah, I think episode 10 was really good. Cole, are you back with us, bro? Are you back with us? I can't even put question mark because my keyboard is messed up. Um, at Cole.
um,
So, I guess while we wait for him to come back, um, what's your grade out of 10 with this episode?
hmm, out of 10, probably an 8.
8. Very interesting.
Sorry, my mic was a bit messed up there. Sorry. Did you ask me anything again that I missed or no?
Yeah, not that long ago, I asked, what did you think of the fight scene between Barry and the being that took over Joe's body in the hospital?
Oh, that was one the better moments in the episode for me, my opinion. But
Yeah, I'm not crazy. I'm glad to hear that someone else liked it.
yeah, it was actually well choreographed, which is a rarity for this shit show.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You said it, man. You're damn right on that. Um, Now, um, DC has told us he rate this episode 8 out of 10. What about you, Cole?
Yeah, this is definitely a drop off, but it's still one of the better episodes in this weak ass season. So I'll give it a five. I'll give it a around a 5.5 out of 10. So yeah, it was all right episode overall. Yeah, not too bad.
So for me, it's 9.5, just like episode 9. I think episode 9 had the edge because the Chigra crap wasn't getting in the way of the story, and I can't even remember them having like such a bad scene than what we got with episode 10. I just cannot stand Allegra. That's the worst character the show has. Like, some people may say it's Cecile. Cecile is a close second, but Allegra, man, she is godly awful. And I think the reason why Cecile is a bit better, it's because she was there before Eric Wallace was showrunner, and she has that really strong foundation that Eric Wallace just messed around with. I'm sure if Eric Wallace was the one that built Cecile from the ground up, I'm sure Cecile would be much worse. Um, yeah, a lot of Eric Wallace laugh. Um, with that being said, I think we can move on to Flash Season 4, except if you guys like to share something else.
Not for me.
What about
Same.
you, DC?
Same. Not for me.
Okay, so right now I try to find the Gotham. Okay, so The Flash Season 4. I will mark down the timestamp. Um, so 51, we are done with Flash Season 9, Episode 10. So, Cole, what did you think of Season 4?
Yeah, definitely wasn't as good as season 2 or season 3, but I don't know. There were I think there were how do I say, better some episodes, like I would say a couple maybe that I liked better than almost every episode in season 2 and season 3, but outside of that there were, yeah, a lot of weak episodes. Yeah, apparently there's a lot of people who like this season, and I mean, it still has some of like the better, like on just like a filmmaking front and writing front. It does have still some of those elements in it that are better made than some of the later seasons, which is just Titans level in my opinion, and with the budget, like this definitely seems like more polished still and all that, but there's, I don't know, I just don't think though, like it was very compelling. It was still a bit messy, like how they structured things in the season, in my opinion, and kind of all over the place. Like, I don't think this is kind of a theme with me with the Flash, and a big reason why I'm not the biggest fan of it in general. But in this season, it just didn't really seem like they knew exactly what they wanted to do. In my opinion, yeah, it's just,
I
yeah, it's really messy in my opinion. But yeah, like you look at the quality of how it's made in comparison to like season 1 to 3, and then you look at this. There's a huge drop off. Like it's like they got budget taken away. But yeah, out my favorite episode though, if you want to know my favorite episode,
Yeah,
not
your top three.
counting.
Your top three.
Okay, well I'm not gonna count Crisis on Infinite Earth.
Yeah,
So my
it's
top
it's
three
a bit
would be,
unfair.
yeah. So my top three are the ones that I actually think are kind of as good as some of the better ones in the previous seasons, which is, at least in my opinion, which is around probably like episode 15, episode, mm, episode 15, episode 4 maybe, and episode 7 or 9 is maybe, I don't know, around that. A lot of people liked episode 10 apparently for some reason, but I after a lot of I've seen a lot of media that tries to do what it did, and in comparison, I thought it was really horribly done. But that's just me. But yeah, it's still you compare again, these are some episodes that I think are better than any episodes in other seasons. Like you look at something like season 1 and episode 10, episode 11, episode 12, episode 16, episode 18. Like I think those ones in season 4 are like better than like all those, and also like in the first half of the season, and then you continue season 2 and season 3. So it does have some like good ones in it. That kind of keep it afloat a little bit. Like it does definitely has those good ones in it that I think are better than a lot of episodes in a lot of other seasons. But the problem is, yeah, there's only like 5 or 4 of those, and then the rest of these are so bad. They are some of the worst I've ever seen. Some of these, like I thought some of these episodes in the later seasons were like garbage 1.5 1 out of 10 levels that would never be matched, but episode 21 and episode 16 and episode probably what was it again, yeah, 5, those 3 are some of the worst episodes I've seen in my life, especially episode 5. That is, it was like I was watching a holy fuck. It's like I was watching a Melissa McCarthy movie, episode 5.
I'm actually surprised about 21. I actually like 21 a lot. That's one of my favorites.
I
But
did not. I'm sorry. I like the setup, but it was done horribly, and also the humor tense was horrible in my opinion. So yeah, again, so this is a season that just season 3 was similar, where it had a few or a handful of fantastic episodes, and then the rest of the season was kind of treading water. This is similar in sort of a way, but differently, where instead there's a few episodes that are great, and then the rest are not treading water, they're just garbage. So yeah, anyway, there's my overall kind of thoughts on this season. Yeah, this is when I knew it was gonna go downhill, and I think I kind of forgot at first that you said that. At first, but then I watched episode 2, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I remember now. Anyway, does DC want to go next?
Yeah.
yeah. What are your thoughts overall about season 4 DC?
I thought it was a great season. I thought it's the second best season.
Okay, diversity. Tell me more. I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious. Tell me more.
So things I enjoyed. I enjoyed the Clifford DeVoe storyline. I enjoyed the body swapping. Please don't kill me. I enjoyed episode 5. Oh god.
Bro.
Oh god. I'm pretty sure now every Flash fan is just gonna come to my house with pitchforks and orcs and fire.
Okay, you need to tell me why.
I thought it
I'm
was.
shocked about that. You need to explain why.
I thought. I thought it was a very enjoyable episode because of how fun it was, and it also had the the funny drunk bear where he's like, "I'm the Flash," or he's eating like chicken wings, and it was just. And I think I remember when I first watched it, I was laughing so hard. I actually had to control myself because of how funny it was. I also enjoy how how the episode it's just meant to be a fun episode as well. Like, it's just an episode you're not really meant to take 100% seriously, but it's still a fun episode.
Okay, okay, that sum up well, I guess. Um, so what would be your top three episodes that season and your worst three?
Um, I only have one episode that I did not like, which is just episode 1. That's the only episode I did not like. Apart from that, I enjoyed pretty much the rest of the season. I enjoy, for starters, I think, um, my favorite episode would be Enter Flash Time, episode 15. Um, Girls Night Out, which was episode 5. Um, the episode in episode 7. Therefore I Am. It's the one where Barry is investigating DeVoe.
Oh, that one was good.
Yeah, that was like one of my favorite
It
episodes.
it's low in my list because I feel like there are better episodes later in that season, but I can see the appeal and why people enjoyed it.
Yeah.
What would be the worst? So you mentioned your worst would be Flash Reborn, but what about the other two in the worst three?
I don't think I have one. I think it would just be that one. That episode 1 alone is the one episode I did not enjoy that much.
Okay. So my top three is Enter Flash Time. It's my favorite. It's a very interesting episode. I liked it a lot, and I'm like in the top 10 of the entire show. It's probably like seventh, I think, and three. Yeah, seventh. Um,
Yeah, it was the highlight of this entire season, easily.
yeah. That was the best part of it. Um, it was slightly better than Into the Speed Force, I think. And I see myself just rewatching it just for fun because that was a really good episode. Otherwise, number two for me would be, oh my, it's much lower in my tier list. So it would be Airy and the Harrison, and according to my tier list, it's A rank, and since there's A plus, that's probably like around the 8.5 or a 9 out of 10 for me that episode. So Airy and the Harrison would be second that season, and the third best for me is Think Fast. And what's ironic about it, I can't even remember that one. Oh my, that's my third favorite in that season, and I can't even freaking remember
Wait,
that one.
which is your third favorite again?
Think Fast, episode 22. That was like the pin ultimate episode.
Right. I
That is
mean,
that's the episode where Barry and DeVoe have that talk outside, and they have that argument about what's right and what's wrong, and that's when DeVoe basically takes over Gideon and installs the enlightenment, basically.
Which episode Devil entered Argus and destroyed everyone?
Mm.
I forgot which episode was that. Was that
It was
episode 21 or 20?
wait, which episode did you say?
Devil basically goes at Argus with all of the powers of all of the metas, and he kills basically everyone in the alleyway. And like
Oh,
which episode was
I,
that?
I think that's 19. Is that Fury Road?
No, this one I remember. This one is with Citizen Cold. Before he went back to his Earth, after he went
Yeah,
back.
I thought that was the episode though. That is the one with Citizen Cold, isn't it?
Um,
It's Fury Rogue episode 19.
I. Are
He
you
calls in
sure?
for an old friend. Yeah, says Leo Snart, aka Citizen Cold. He calls in for him.
uh
Wait, I'm confused. I don't think it's the same because I think Barry asked for Citizen Cold help to secure someone nuclear.
yeah, that's episode 19. The one where DeVoe storms Argus, that's episode 22.
That's why it's that I then. I forgot. I remember that scene. I forgot which episode was that. Yeah, I knew it was
Yeah.
19. Um,
Uh,
yeah, that's what's happened when you're
okay.
not a big fan. You mix up things, and that's fine. I also mix up. Like I didn't know. Like
Yeah.
so
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say right now. Some of these episodes, it actually made me feel like I was watching Legends of Tomorrow. 'Cause that's what they were. It's like they got the Legends of Tomorrow team for the season and attempted things like that in it. It
wait
actually seems, especially with like the titles and the premises.
wait until season 5 and 7.
Oh fuck! Yeah, it actually feels like that. Like, what was that? Fucking episode 12. Like, holy fuck! It was an episode 11. It's like it actually feels like they got that team to do the season. It's yeah.
um, so my worst three would be in last place. Run Iris Run. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the sixth worst episode in the entire show for me. It was terrible. I don't want to ever watch that again. Um, Girls' Nights Out. It's just side by side on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th place. Seventh worst episode is Girls' Nights Out. I cannot stand this shit. I don't know what they were thinking. Maybe they were drunk and they made Barry their self insert probably. Oh my. Um, the third worst for me would be Mixed Signals, episode 2. It was filler. It was terrible. It tried so hard to be funny. It wasn't. It just showcased like the premise of the downfall of the show for me. Like, um, it showcased that yeah, now it's no more funny anymore. They really tried hard this season. Now my issues overall in this season would be the tone. Sometimes it's off. Like they try really, really hard to be funny, but it's just not. They don't know how to write humor anymore. Um, Devil is interesting, but the body swapping, I'm not the biggest fan of it. Um, the main issue with it is because the best Devil was the original one. I can't remember the name's actor, the actor's name, but I feel like every other buddy he had, they tried so hard to be like Devo, but you cannot make an actress act like him. You know, it's just not going to work. Like they tried really hard with the writing to make it work and make it fit. It just didn't work for me. Like I didn't bought that character to be Devo when it was embodied by a woman, or even the guy that is the telepath. I was like, I think his name was Dominique or something. Even him, he wasn't Devil for me. The only Devil was the one in the wheelchair, and the one we get to see by the very end when he decides to just keep that face. Um, yeah, it bothers me so much. Now I will say this: I actually liked overall that season more than season 3 because it didn't do much to harm Barry as a character at its core, and um, I think that's the only reason why it's slightly better. Um, I feel like they really tried hard to make Iris relevant outside of being that damsel in distress. But that leads to another issue I had with that season. She is team leader apparently, and she is a terrible team leader. She made so many bad decisions, like, oh, let's split up because we cannot give up on anybody. I think that was like episode 6 or 7. I can't remember. And she almost revealed to the world Barry's identity during the trial. It's like Barry saved the day by not telling everyone. It bothers me so much. Iris is not a good leader. It doesn't make sense that she's spending so much time in freaking Star Lab Give her a journalist thing, please. Let's go back to season 1 and 2. She was a good character there. I feel like in this season, she just got screen time for the sake of it. She had no growth whatsoever. Okay, a few scenes at the therapist with Barry just to try really hard to be funny when it wasn't. It's like, bro, why? Do you torture me right now, show? Like,
Yes.
is it your intent for me to suffer when I watch
Yeah.
it?
Listen, every CW show, besides like two of them, their intentions is to make as few people watch it as possible. Because they don't care about being successful and making good shit or making money. They just want to make stuff that will make everybody stop watching it outside of a few thousand who will just stand it, and then they will give it good ratings. That's what they do.
Or like, I kind of enjoyed the prison storyline, but I feel like it was half baked, and like, man, the guy that was basically criminal, that was like trafficking meta-human, he was a one-dimensional prick. I really hated the guts out of that character, and like it felt so off. I was like, that story has some interesting idea to it, but it's poorly executed, poorly written. The main villain that is basically doing the trafficking is terrible, let's be honest there. Um, Another issue with season 4 would be all of these filler episodes that are just there to add another meta-human, because why not? I mean,
Yeah.
we got 23 episodes to fill. Let's have as much filler as we can.
Why not?
um, I also enjoyed Eri a lot. Eri was always a great character in season 2, and season 4 was the peak of his character. What did you think of Eri as a character starting with Cole? Cole? Eri? Eri. I guess Cole has issues with his microphone or his neighbor. What did you think of Eri in season 4 DC?
I thought he was a great character. I thought he was great. And I liked him a lot in season 2. I think in season 4, I don't know. I think I liked them equally.
I will say this. Season 4 had a lot of growth. I feel like he had more growth than season 2. Even if season 2 still had a lot of growth with Eri, I feel like if you really want to deconstruct Eri at its core and understand Eri, you need to watch like season 4. Like even season 2, even if it was essentially his relationship with his daughter and stuff, that's like, I like that storyline with Zoom and Jesse Quick and stuff, but I feel like it sounds like a trope. And when you look at Eri in season 4, he is defined by more than just being a father. He is like a genius that wants to be the best genius, and I feel like his struggle is a bit more relatable, because he always was the best, and now he realizes he's no more the best, but he still wants to be the best. Um, Maybe I can relate this more to having child because I don't have kids, but like in real life, let's be real. Like, even if you got kids, would you do every awful thing you can? Would you have the guts to do whatever it takes to save your daughter? Like, remember Eri in season 2, he killed people to please Zoom, and I like that aspect of that character. But this is where the fiction happens, because human, they can say stuff, but they won't necessarily do it. That's how I feel. Um,
Hmm.
so Cole is
Yeah.
back. So Cole is back.
Yeah, no, I'm back the whole time. It's just my mic keeps fucking up. I don't get this, but I'm sorry. So sorry. Are you asking for my rating or something?
No, I was asking, what did you think of Aerie in season 4?
Right, yeah, I heard you talk about Aerie. Yeah, I don't think they did him right.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
why didn't you enjoy him?
Oh, I just didn't like the performance. I, and I think, I don't know, it didn't feel impactful. I didn't like the performance, but yeah, I don't know, I like him more in other ones. I don't really like him much in season. It was one of the, it wasn't like one of the worst parts of the season 4 though. It was one of the better parts. I just still don't really like it. I don't like this season much at all. But I guess you could say he's sort of like a how do you say, like a Constantine in Legends of Tomorrow if you think that way. But I don't really. I'm not a huge fan of him in this.
Okay. Um, I think I mentioned a lot of issues I had with that season. Another big one. That's a big one for me. Ralph Dimney was freaking right. They needed to kill Devil when they could, and he was right. And the team was against him, and it was weird. Like, they are heroes. They need to think better than this. But didn't like Iris shot Savitar in season 3? Didn't she killed someone in season 3? Yeah. So when she was willing to kill Savitar, why aren't they willing to kill freaking Devo? You know how strong that piece of crap that piece of crap is. You know, you have seen him in action. Like, you cannot stop him. If you got a shot at killing him, just kill him, man. But no, it's the Flash. They need to be perfect. They need to be icons. They need to be emblem. And this is why I think Black Lightning as a show depicted the hero and the duty of the hero better than the Flash. And I won't spoil anything because I know both of you haven't seen it, but once we cover Black Lightning on the podcast, you will start understanding what I'm talking about. But
Yeah.
um yeah, like they're that idol that's like, hero don't kill. Okay, I get it. We have seen that many times around, but sometimes you really don't have a choice, you know? Like, to do the right thing sometimes implies that it's wrong, you know? And the world is more gray than the show wants you to believe. The show is really black and white, and this was the thing with The Flash, and this is the thing with a lot of other shows as well. But yeah, like, there's one praise I will have for Arrow season 4. Oliver kind of realized the only way to stop Damien Dark is to freaking murder him, and he did. And I wished Barry had that kind of moment in season 4 of The Flash. But that's just me. I think we mentioned enough things like that. Um, is there any issues you had with season 4 DC? Because I went on quite a long time about my issues. Did you had any issues?
No, I don't. I think season 4 is straight up perfect.
Okay, interesting take. So, I guess now we can move on to the grades, starting with DC. What would be your grade out of 10?
10.
Okay, that's a 10 here. What about you, Cole? What's your grade out of 10 for season 4 of The Flash?
Uh, let's give it a 3.
Okay, and I'm somewhere in between. I gave this season a 7. I think I was entertained for the most of it, and I thought that was slightly better than season 3. And my most recent watch back in, I believe, was December or January, I can't remember. That was my most enjoyable watch. I actually found more stuff I liked about it. Like Ralph Dimney as a character, his growth into a better character. Like, he started off being a jerk, and in the end, he was very relatable and likable character, and you cannot understand like his journey to become the hero. I like that a lot, and Rolf was a really good part of that season. I think it was one of the strengths that season had. Rolf Dipney. Also like Cisco, but Cisco was, I feel like that season Cisco took some kind of backseat because they had Rolf Dipney as that new best friend for Barry, and most Cisco scene were with Ari most of the time in season 4.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think season 7 for me is average. Season 4 is average with a 7 out of 10. Um, Among all of the 7 I gave, it's probably one of the best 7 in terms of TV shows at least. So yeah, better than 3 for sure. Um, so I will mark down the timestamp here. 121 Flash season 4. So next stop would be Gotham Knights. This time around, let's start off with Cold Take. Uh, what did you think overall of Gotham Knights season 1, episode 7?
Uh, yeah, this was
I don't have really too much to say about this episode. This was an episode that I think just had the same issues as every other episode from Gotham Knights. And unless I'm forgetting about some things in this episode, I thought it was not even like that fun of an episode to like watch in like a bad way. I just thought it was like a boring bad episode to me. Yeah, some of the character interactions I guess were kind of funny in a bad way, especially with especially the scene with the that one old bitch again, and that was pretty funny. But I other than that, I don't know. This was just more of a boring bad episode. What I will say though is the way it was filmed during the conversation scenes was at least better done than before. I'll say that. But then when they were like taking that painting and such, that was filmed like a fucking B movie. That was filmed like Sharknado or like Troll 2. So yeah. But yeah, I don't have too much to say. This was just boring. I didn't care for it. I have to ask one thing though. What was your opinion on near the end of the episode with the fucking owls again? What was your opinion on that scene?
The owls. I actually can't remember. Oh.
Uh,
Yeah.
It's a sim
Yeah.
burning the paint.
Oh, burning the painting. I felt like it was filler. Why?
I thought it was a great.
I can't take them seriously with those masks. They're so dumb.
I know that feeling, man. Man, this episode, bro.
And
The roasting session will be great. Oh my. So if you don't mind, DC, I will go second because I'm also very negative and I want like a more positive end because I think you liked it much more than us, which is
yeah,
amazing.
I liked it more than both of you. Great episode.
So
But
I will go second if you don't mind.
All
So,
right.
I thought that was a very mid episode. Like, we got 7 episodes so far. It's somewhere in the middle for me. I feel like last week was better, and yeah, I'm trying. Episode 2 was also better. Oh, I actually realized no, I took out more points. So the only like decent episode was like last week. um,
Mm-hmm.
this week, bruh. Okay. Um, man, that was rough. Right now, the point I am with this show is I watch it, I do something else in the main focus, and I watch it in the background. I still take notes for the podcast and stuff.
Yeah.
But if we were not making
Yeah.
this podcast, I think I would have tapped out of the episode probably early.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I was watching this. I was watching this in the background while watching the Alien film because they were both as bad.
I unfortunately for me I cannot do that because that would require too many brain cells to like take notes on two things. um, but yeah, that was rough. I think people not being able to freaking aim is cancer. Please don't give them gun if they cannot aim. Uh, Dialogue is is literally what's that? He's speechless, I guess.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, people not being able to aim is terrible. Dialogue is awful as usual. Every time they complain about rich people, it feels like a damn answer of the writer. Look, I hate the rich as well. Okay? My previous job in security was in a building full of condos, full of rich pricks. I hate rich people as well. But there's the thing, I don't write a show to complain about rich people. I I don't hate all of them. I hate the one I worked with before. But I don't think every single rich on earth is like that. I know there are some rich people that are actually good people. All depends on the way you raise people, the way you interact with others, you know. And I feel like these writers they hate every single rich, and they think every single rich is the same stereotype. Even if I don't carry rich people in my art, I will never think they are all the same, and I will never think of them as a stereotype. But these writers making this show, they hate rich people because rich people are wrong, because everyone should have money. Like, my reason of me disliking the rich, it's not because they're rich, it's more like the behavior they have toward others. It's really not about their wealthy or not, you know? And I feel like these Hollywood are hating on the rich out of jealousy more than anything else. Because you can feel jealousy in that. And I feel in the direction they take the characters at, it's the same thing. We must depict the rich people as being bad people. That's the idea of this show. And even if my own experience is not the greatest with rich people, I won't depict all of them as being bad people if I ever make a story. I won't even care about making them part of a story in the first place. So why these writers have such a desire to involve rich people if they hate rich people? I don't get it. Um, you don't need to feed us every piece of intel by dialogue. Show us some of it. If I say that, it's because I feel like there's a lot of you tell them instead of showing them. And I know it's CW, I shouldn't be that I shouldn't have standards at that point, but I have standard. Show me stuff. I praise it when movie and shows show us instead of telling us. I praise it. This show doesn't do that. Um, Trash dialogue. The pacing was bad. Us seeing the same thing as last week. Oh yeah, they did the flashing where they just showcase another thing we already have seen before. Um, the guy can't aim. Dialogue is awful. They repeat what happened in the episode in dialogue. It's filler. Oh my. This episode was rough. And as I said earlier, if we were not making this podcast, I would have stopped watching probably 4 or 5 episodes ago. I think I would have tapped out after the first episode. Maybe I would have watched the second one to try to give a second chance. Maybe a third one if they really push their luck, but there's no way I would have made it to episode 7 with this. I guess that's enough issues for me. So, what about you, DC? Did you have any issues with
Uh,
this week?
no, no. I thought it was a pretty good episode. I had no issues with it.
Since you already have the microphone, go on with what you liked, because it will
All
be
right.
much more positive now that you speak.
I swear though, it's like, yeah, it's like I think I'm the only one that enjoys the show out of everybody at this point. But yeah, in terms of some positives that I like, I enjoyed the whole scene with Duella, quote unquote, torturing Eunice and Carrie kind of forcing her to stop. And then later it turns out she attacks, Eunice attacks Duella, and yeah, and it basically says, oh, to be bad to do good, and you gotta do good things to do bad things. It's like, yeah, it's a great scene in my eyes. Harvey Dent steals the show like all the time. I think his storyline with Rebecca, I think, was really, very, very interesting for me, and it kind of explores, Harvey's dissociative identity disorder thing better. I also enjoyed the whole painting thief stuff. I think it delved into a really good mystery, and I also enjoyed the twist that the new detective is actually the art thief because of blackmail. Yeah. I also think that the court, learning more about the court in this episode, where they're like, it turns out they have some sort of substance that allows them to live like that. You would think it's the Lazarus pit, but I enjoy how they had that moment. Yeah. Other things I enjoyed. I enjoyed the fight scenes, and some of the dialogue. The fight scenes for me were really, really good. They felt more Mission Impossible slash John Wick ish. I had kind of had that feeling from more Mission Impossible because I've actually seen it. Because the scene where they had the camera moving, it feels like a scene you'd see in Mission Impossible or John Wick, basically. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to share?
Not for me.
Okay, so I will say that I will admit I was entertained when there was action. It's not in my likes because I don't think the fight choreography is that great in the show. There are some instances earlier in earlier episode where the action and fight choreography was decent for me, but most of the time I'd say it's a miss or it's something I don't care about because I'm so tapped out of the episode. Like, okay, he threw that painting at the guards and he was able to take down guards, but man, these guards cannot freaking aim. That's like the biggest sin. Like, yeah. Um, I will say that I will admit I had a laugh with the scene between Robin and the Joker daughter. Um, they had great scenes together this week. Crazy old lady trying to kill Joke, your daughter, and her being saved by Robin was fine. Throwing something as distraction to escape was fine. That was when they were trying to steal the painting or something by the end of the episode, I believe. But these are the only things I actually liked. Um, Most of the things that happen, I really didn't care. Even RV usually is something I like, but here I had apathy. I just didn't care. um, so yeah, it makes me sad, because I don't want to sound like someone that just trash on something because I like to trash some things. No, I am honest when I watch stuff and when I review stuff. If I think it's bad, I will say it. I want to watch and enjoy my time. I want to defend the best I can stuff I watch, but sometimes I just can't. That's all I feel with this episode. Um, Cole, are you back? Let us know when you're back. Because here's the thing, I don't have much more to say. Um, I think every week I repeat myself a lot. Sometimes I go more in detail, but most of the time it's the same issue that keeps coming back because nothing really changes. The plot feels stale, it doesn't really move further enough for me. Half of the season is there, and we still don't really know what the Court of All wants. But we know that Hope Harper really ate the rich people. um, yeah, that's Gotham Knight in a nutshell. What would be your grade out of 10 DC?
10.
Another 10! Wow, you're having a blast. That's good.
Yeah.
So, following my grading score, at first it was a 5.5 out of 10, but it loses a full point since outside of the cliffhanger, when they realize the court is up to something, everything was filler. So the final score for me is a 4.5 out of 10. That's like the average score I usually give to Gotham Knights, because I just don't think it flies any higher than this, and it's sad. It's really sad. Like, I wish I had other stuff. Now I will admit here, it's better than She-Hulk. It's better than She-Hulk.
Definitely far better than She-Hulk.
Have you
Whatever
seen
that.
She-Hulk?
No, but I've seen clips of it. It was so bad, the scenes I watched, the clips I've seen, and I don't want to watch that, whatever that is.
She-Hulk, like, the average grade I was giving to the weekly stuff was 1 and 2s.
Pretty sure if I watched She-Hulk, I would have just given every episode 0 because of how bad it looks.
Like, even Chillmonger, someone you will meet eventually on stream, he likes DC and Marvel stuff a lot, and he likes, I think, well, I won't speak for himself, but based on our several discussion we had, I suspect and I think he enjoys Phase 4 a lot, and Phase 5 and stuff, and even after Endgame, he still thought it was relevant, and he enjoyed a lot what Marvel was doing, and even him, that will defend to the teeth Marvel stuff because he enjoys it. He came in on our discussion about She-Hulk the entire season, and he was like, "Guys were right. This show is terrible." And it's funny because at first he was defending the show. Like, when the show first started, we had a discussion, Showmonger and I, because I wanted him because he had a different take on it. Like he enjoyed the first episode much more than me. He actually liked the first
Yeah.
episode. Oh, Cole.
My bad. Again, so I tried doing something to see if it fixes the issue I'm having with my mic, how it's not unmuting at times, so hopefully it's worked. And I decided to do so then because I pretty much said everything I had to say about Gotham Knights this episode anyway, so...
So yeah, we were speaking about Killmonger and how throughout She-Hulk he kind of changed because at first he liked it, but at the end he was kind of on board with what we were saying, and that's basically what we were saying. And the reason why I brought She-Hulk here is because I'm like, Gotham Knight is better than She-Hulk. Would you say the same, Cole?
Gotham Knights actually has some redeeming qualities. Yes, they're very small redeeming qualities, but there are more redeeming qualities in it, and it's, with what it's She-Hulk tries to do something and it completely fails at it. Gotham Knights, at least with the genre it's going for, it's not completely failing at everything. Like there's at least some things I can give it credit for. She-Hulk did not even know what it wanted to be at all. It was just from start to finish. It was literally like watching a stand-up comedian, but a bad one that is trying to like come up with something live without any material written or any jokes stolen. That's what She-Hulk did. So yeah, it's definitely better, but they're both kind of terrible. But they're both terrible though. But yeah.
So we were giving our grades out of 10. I gave a 4.5 out of 10, which is the average we got so far with Gotham Knight for me. And DC has given a 10 out of 10. He really enjoys it.
For me, it's a 2.
2. Okay, that's average for you as well.
Yeah, it's not a 1 like She-Hulk. So yeah.
It maintains itself. It's a 10 for DC, it's a 4 for me, and it's a 2 for you. We all get what we are looking for, right?
Yeah.
So let's mark down the timestamp. 1:41. Gotham Knights end. And now I need to plug my computer again, because I unplug it so it doesn't overheat too easily. Now, next topic, Superman and Lois. The topic where both of you are not really on board with, but I actually like it a lot. So that's kind of the reverse table. So who wants to start on Superman and Lois? Cole, DC, who wants to start?
I don't know. I guess I'll start, but let me see if my notes are anywhere. Did I even?
Well, I guess since you're
Did I even
searching
write
for your
down
notes,
anything?
maybe DC can start. What were your thoughts overall on Superman and Lois, DC?
I thought this episode was painfully average, better than last week though, so that's something good. But I thought it was like straight down the middle.
I think your dog is barking, or it's Cole's dog that is barking.
No, it's one of my many neighbors' shitty ass dogs that bark all the time. Okay.
So DC,
I mean, I don't think
I think you caught
Oh, sorry,
up, DC.
continue.
What were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying that I thought this episode was painfully average, better than last week though.
Okay, that's all you want to say for now?
Yeah, for now, as I'm gonna choose later on.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't actually remember if I wrote down any notes for this episode, but I remember it though. So first off, I have to ask: were there even any action scenes in this episode? Because I don't remember. I watched it a little while ago, so I don't remember. Like this had no action scenes.
There was a flashback action sequence with Pia that basically helped out Bruno Mannheim, beating down
Okay.
some crooks. But outside of that action sequence, no, there was no action. That was more character driven, I think, than story driven.
I see. Okay, well, look, I think this was well acted and well written, like dialogue wise, and this was pretty much majority of this episode. Again, this was another one of those episodes where it was really like a bunch of like character driven stuff, and I think yeah, again, acting wise and writing wise in those regards, I think it did a good job. But as an overall episode, it was I did think it was kind of just pretty average and not too interesting, especially compared to others. I was honestly zoning out a little bit during the halfway point. It was just I don't think it's a at all a bad episode. I think it's still an alright one. I just think like in comparison to the others, it made me a bit disappointed. But and again, we did get some we did learn some things though. However, they were kind of things that we already saw coming though, which also probably added to the bit kind of average or boring aspect in some areas, I guess. But I mean, it wasn't a bad episode for what it did. It just wasn't. It's sort of like Gotham Knights this week, except it's not terrible like Gotham Knights. It's still solid, but it's kind of similar episodes though, where yeah, it's kind of doesn't do anything too memorable. It's just kind of forgettable. It's mainly focuses on that one thing for the whole episode, uh, and yeah, I don't know really, but whatever. It's a solid episode, I guess, sort of. I don't really have too much else to say outside of that, though, because for that reason, I hope next episode get a bit more to it, because yeah, just a bit more scenes. I do think like there were far too many with certain characters. I was getting a little.
Which
Wasn't a big fan. I wasn't a big fan of the Lois scenes. I was getting a bit tired of that because we got we got some already in the last episodes with similar characters with her, and then we got it again this episode, and I'm fine with that if it was done well, like it was last episode. But the thing is, I thought it was kind of just repeating a lot of stuff, in my opinion, so I got kind of bored of that. But I don't know, that's just me. But yeah, anyway, you can go next. Yeah, I'm not really too sure how to feel fully about this. And can these dogs shut the fuck up?
Yeah.
So here's my side note. Superman and Lois having no Superman action was great, while Flash isn't the Flash. It's giving us bad episode like the time loop we had after the Red Dead novel. So that's a side note because this episode there was no Superman action. There was action at some point, but that was like more meta-human action, and even there that was really to hint at what PI is willing to do for Bruno Mannheim. Basically kill a bunch of people. And that was amazing. We barely had action. And that episode was still very good. And it didn't feel like a dumb, useless filler. Like, when the Flash is not using his Flash suit most of the time, when it's Eric Wallace in charge, it's actually terrible. But here, it's not. That showcased huge difference between people making Superman and Lois and the people making the Flash. And you know what's ironic? The showrunner for Superman and Lois, I think, has remained the same for the 3 seasons we got, and it's Todd Elbing, the guy that made season 5 of The Flash, which is your favorite season of The Flash. And this is funny, DC, because you're not that into Superman and Lois, but you liked past project you worked on. I think that's there's a lot of irony there.
Yeah, it's like, for me, I personally think Superman and Lois is kind of written by a different showrunner, because for me, I just find it Again, I don't hate Superman and Lois. I just think it's an okay show. I think the problem for me, it's not that it's realistic. It's hard for me to get onto the characters. Like, I like the idea that this show is realistic, or more realistic than some shows. because that's kind of what Superman's character is in some comics. Because there were comics where it does cover some pretty dark issues, and even then, some of his villains have some dark origins. Like Lex Luthor. So there's that as well. But me personally, I always thought Super and Lois was just meh, not like the kind of show I would watch or have in the background. Just a show I'd rather I mean, if I was forced to watch Super and Lois or say my least favorite show, I'd pick Super and Lois because even then, I don't think it's a bad show. Just think it's boring, uninteresting. Don't want to say forgettable, but just doesn't really hook you up. I guess that's kind of how I feel about it.
I mean, that's kind of to an extent how I feel to a point with this show, and this is why. Again, I think I've repeated this three times, so I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, but again, it kind of follows a similar format that a lot of bad CW shows do, with just the lack of just repetitive same stuff in this exact same style of Superman and Lois. But the reason why, again, it's a bit more interesting and a solid show overall, in my opinion, and better than those other ones, and worth watching still, and does some interesting things here and there, is because this whole style just happens to be what works for Superman, and also in like the comics or like the animated TV show, like him just trying to learn to live like this, which they do in other shows and with other IPs, but it just happens to work most here since it's already kind of like this. So because of that, I think they just got lucky with this. I don't think it's the best like well written show or anything. I genuinely just think they got kind of lucky with this one out of all the ones. But yeah, that's just my opinion though.
So I guess we can dive deep into what we liked. Actually, no, I forgot to mention my issue. I only had one issue with this episode. Uh, there was a huge plot convenience of John Henry Arian meeting Lana at the grocery store to talk about, having a daughter is art. And it's just very convenient they go at the grocery store at the same time. I mean, it's just very convenient. Um, so yeah, that was my only issue this week, plot convenience, because that discussion that came up did matter a lot for John Henry Aaron growth in this episode. Him trying to let Natalie have her normal life he always wanted her to get. Um, so yeah, what would be your issues you didn't mention if you have any, Cole? Would you like to share issues you didn't share yet, or that's pretty much it for now for you, Cole? I will take that. That's pretty much it for you for now.
I
Uh,
think I think it's either his microphone or something like that because it's been the issue for the last couple of times, or his worst enemies, the neighbors, are probably I don't know, probably hacked into his microphone at this point. But I'll go into my issues as for why I didn't, and I did like some things about this episode. Yeah. So for starters, things I did like, I thought Lois, bitchy Lois, is back again. I thought she was a pretty bad character in this episode when she's trying to get information on Bruno Mannheim, when in reality, asking Pia if they have any connections, I feel like that was just a dick move. Um, I get the reason why she wants to find out if Bruno Mannheim is a bad person, but I wouldn't say it like just as an interrogation. Like ask, like I would say I would like to ask a few questions about Bruno Mannheim. Yeah. Another issue I have is Jonathan's storyline. Now this storyline was handled better than Jordan's storyline last week, but it was very poorly executed. But then again, still better. It's just I think the execution of that storyline was poorly handled, in my opinion, at least. Um, and I think that's, and I guess the whole Sarah, Chrissy, John Henry Irons, Natalie, and Mateo storyline. I think that was. I feel like they could have just cut that entire storyline out of the episode. They definitely did not deserve to be around there.
Okay. Any other issues?
Not for me. I'll go on to my likes and positives.
We will
There's
just
something.
we will just make sure. Cole, are you there, Cole? Uh,
Yeah, sorry, since I've said all my negatives, so I was just
oh,
waiting for the lights, that's all.
okay, perfect. So you can go ahead, DC, with your likes.
All right. So some things I like. I like the reveal. That um Mateo is actually Bruno Mannheim's son. Be or stepson, adopted son, whatever. I like that twist because it kind of makes Bruno Mannheim a little bit more personal towards Clark and Lois.
Yeah.
I enjoy Clark's interview with Bruno Mannheim, and I feel like Mannheim has been the saving grace of season 3 because for me, I don't even view him as a bad guy, and I really when superhero movies or shows make the villain seem more like the hero, and you're really not sure who's in the right. I really like it when they do that. That's why Arrow season 5 works. That's why Flash season 5 works, for me at least. That's why Flash season 6 with Bloodwork works so well. And so far, it seems Superman Lois seems to be doing a great job, just like how the Flash did it with season 5 and season 6. Yeah, and I enjoyed the whole like Pia and Bruno Mannheim were actually in a relationship.
Yeah.
Because I always thought, and maybe they're just either friends or allies, maybe childhood friends. But it turns out they were married, and I enjoyed that twist. Yeah.
Okay. Uh, anything else you enjoyed?
No, I think that's about it.
And you, Cole. Is there anything you enjoyed that you didn't mention yet?
Uh, let's see, I like the, honestly, I don't really, here's the thing, I've been trying, hard to, like, remember and think of things to highlight, because, I mean, there's a lot of things that, yeah, I thought were competently made, but things that, I mean, I like, consider to be very good, outside of what I already mentioned, and that just wasn't competent, and that's it. I don't know, there wasn't really much anything else I've been trying to think, but if I, if I had to say one thing, then just like the one Flash episode or season we went through, I guess the cinematography was better in this episode than it was in other episodes. And even though I complained about the Lois scenes a bit and her in this episode, I did think it was well shot in those scenes. So I think that they did a good job there. I guess there wasn't really much anything else I had to say as I was trying to think of, because I mean this was pretty standard basic episode, so mainly just mainly just those things, I guess. Not really much else to highlight. Like, there's not like any action scenes with either good or bad CGI or anything that I can poke fun of. So yeah, I guess that's it.
Okay, so me, I enjoyed a lot this episode. It's like, for me, it's the average episode, but for me, average is amazing when it comes to Superman and Lois, because so far this season has been a blast for me. So opening scene, I liked it. John Henry, Aaron, and Natalie getting ready to meet Matteo. Um, that whole subplot that DC didn't like, I actually liked it a lot because it's John Henry Aaron. I would watch an entire spin-off about John Henry Aaron and Natalie. That's how much I care about John Henry Aaron. I think any scene he is in is much better than scenes he's not in, and even if his storyline wasn't groundbreaking, I I liked it. Um, he felt missing last week, but now he's back on steroid. um,
Yeah.
Bruno Mannheim, as usual, man, he has that villainous and control of everything that I like it. He really feels like Prometheus. Prometheus was always in control of everything. Bruno Mannheim really feels like that. Like there's nothing that slips because he's smart, because he knows what he's doing. He has a plan and he will execute the plan, and the fact that he does that because his wife is affected by cancer makes it much more personal, and it will be much harder for like Clark to take him on because he kind of understands Bruno Mannheim at some extent now that he sees the man, and this is great writing. I like that. This is not a villain that Superman can just punch his way through because that villain is not a monster. That villain is just a man that did wrong things, but he's just a man. He is no monster. He's not Zod. He is not Doomsday. He is just a man that has men struggles. And I think the best way to stop him is not being Superman. It's being the justice system if they can get good use of that, and it's very interesting in a TV show like Superman and Lois because you got one of the strongest superhero out there, but he's kind of powerless to stop Bruno Mannheim because Bruno Mannheim is not a threat that is physical. It's more like sneaking stuff around, being like he does sketchy stuff, and you cannot just punch your way out of that guy, and it's what makes it so interesting. Um, Season 1 and 2 were very driven by villains that were very physical. There was also psychological warfare in Season 2 that was kind of good and interesting, but the villain itself wasn't that great. That's the sad part of it, but like so far Superman could handle the threat because he is Superman. But here he just cannot do that. He needs to be more than just Superman, Need to be the reporter, and this is what makes it so interesting. Uh, the boys trying to save Lois by Kryptonian ways felt human that they tried their best to find technologies and ways to save her. Lois doing her investigation, even if people are like, yeah, she was annoying when she did that. I'm like, that's Lois. Like, she will do whatever it takes to solve things. That goes back to her father being a military guy, and to her being stubborn, to her being like willing to do what it takes to get her things done. That's very Lois like. This is a strong character that happens to be female. She has resolve, she has goals, she's willing to do what must be done to achieve her goal. And this is what is good about Lois for me. Um, Bruno Mannheim flashbacks, I like them a lot. Jonathan and Jordan, finding out that their mother is like, yeah, I made a last will and stuff. Chrissy and Sarah chat was very relatable for me since I experienced similar stuff with my parents being separated since I was very young. Um, Man, when my mother got her first boyfriend after she got separated from my father, and I hated the guts out of that guy. And that guy was a jerk, but I feel like it's more like my child mind that was like, I hate this guy, and that's like the memory I got from that guy. Um, and I really wanted everyone to hate him. So I understand why Sarah acts like that because it's always hard for you to like accept someone else and your parent to be with your mother or your father. Because even when my father found a new girlfriend, same thing happened again. But she was actually better than the boyfriends my mother was into because my mother is weird sometimes. Anyway, she has her own tastes. Let's say that. Um, John Henry Aaron, as usual, amazing character. Lois being sorry to Pia because she was like, "Oh yeah, I should not have used our friendship like that." I enjoyed that. Sarah and Chrissy bonding over being a stoner was hilarious. I'm like, wow, okay, that's the kind of stuff teen are into, you know. um, Clark meeting with Bruno Mannheim. I liked it so much. Clark learning about Bruno Mannheim having a sick close one. That showcased that Clark is really smart. And I enjoy that. He is more than just Superman. He is freaking Clark Kent. And he is smart, man. He connects the dots. And you know why he's a good journalist there. Because he kind of figured Bruno Mannheim out. Um, Bruno being very relatable, man. That is did amazing job with Bruno Mannheim. I'm telling you, he is a great villain. I think he's the best villain we got so far in the show. As much as I liked the previous villains, we had, well, maybe not season 2. Season 2 had a terrible villain, but um, season 1 had a really interesting villain. And season 2 actually had Bizarro at first. Bizarro was a very interesting, maybe it was more of an anti-hero than a villain. But yeah, Bruno Mannheim, man, amazing character. Um, John Henry Aaron meeting with Lana. Um, when they spoke about the child and him kind of accepting her daughter is now a teenager and wants to do teenager stuff. And John Henry Aaron saying he's sorry to Matteo was endearing. I'm like, that's freaking John Henry Aaron. I like so much that character. Um, Jonathan reaction about Hope not curing anything. It felt real. I liked it. Explanation on why they can't use Kryptonian technology. Um, I like that. I've heard complaints that people are like, but isn't it's I pro isn't it being hypocrite because Superman is a Kryptonian that uses his superpower to like help others? It's not exactly the same thing because here's the thing: if you use that Kryptonian thing to cure this, and then you use it for other stuff, maybe you will end up creating another weapon like Superman Blood, you know? And him explaining they cannot place Kryptonian technology out there made sense for me, and it's like, yeah, they can weaponize the shit out of it, and they don't want that kind of technology to be weaponized, you know? That made sense for me. Piat killing lots of criminals. That was in the flashbacks by the end. And Matteo ending up being Bruno Mannheim's son. So this episode was really great. I liked it a lot. I did speak a lot about it. So I think I would give this episode a solid 9.7 out of 10. What about you, Cole? What would be your grade out of 10?
Uh, I gotta say 5.5.
Okay. And you, DC, what would be your grade out of 10?
5.
Okay. So that looks average for the both of you as well for your usual scores. So I will mark down the timestamp.
Yeah.
I mean, usually it's between a 6 or 7 for this show, but yeah, for me, but this episode wasn't the strongest.
Yeah. Yeah. I really wish I can just enjoy the show. Like with Gotham Knights, I don't think I put my critical mind on that much. And even when I do put it on, they usually find a ways to make the show more enjoyable. I wish I had that same experience with s4-GK. I just don't, because I feel like every 10 seconds there's always something that your critical mind always needs to be on. Yeah, I'm guessing maybe that's the problem with me and s4-GK.
Okay. So I guess Now, the next up is Rocky 3.
Right.
Now, I just need to find my notes on Rocky 3.
Right.
Where are
Yeah.
you, Rocky 3?
I have to say though, I think I was rewatching these. Yeah, I definitely have a lot more love for the franchise. I think because when I first watched them when I was younger, and I never rewatched them really. I just kind of saw certain clips from it and heard certain things, and I just kind of wrote it off as. I mean, yeah, they're solid, but pretty cheesy, nothing special. Rewatching them though, yeah. I mean, Rocky 5 we'll get to. I heard that is listen, I heard every film. Now again, I haven't rewatched them in a while, but if it's true, then yeah, it lines up with my rating. But the majority agreement though is that every film in the Rocky franchise is at least solid, at worst solid. Besides the one which will be, I mean, we're gonna finish it all next week unless don't have time and stuff. But there are the 5 films next week. But yeah, the very next one will be Rocky 5, and that is the one that people say is the only one considered bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah, not just bad, terrible.
Cannot
They said
wait.
like it. Yeah, they said it was like creatively bankrupt. There was like no ideas to it. But anyway, outside of that, yeah, I have had some newfound respect for this because honestly, it is actually has many messages to it, underlying messages to it that I did not realize. It is so
Yes.
well made, and I love the subtle aspects of it, and it's just so realistic as well. And it covers literally everything about the boxing world and every step of somebody's career. And with Rocky 3, yeah, it basically covers that perfectly with somebody who's like just won the belt, and this is a very realistic like portrayal of somebody, like their manager is just trying to protect them, like handpicking the fights and shit, and this is and just trying to squeeze as much money, before the potential end. Like this is a pretty realistic portrayal, and then all the things and adversity he goes through, and also yeah, so the villain and the opponent type, they decided to go with this in this entry. When I watched it when I was younger, I thought it was a bit shallow compared to all of them besides the fifth, with just having some big mean guy as the enemy next. Just yeah, I'm big and mean. And to an extent, I mean, at least in comparison to the others, maybe, sure, but it kind of makes sense, so as, when you're at this stage as your career, you want the antagonist, to be some sort of like Mike Tyson type of fellow in a film franchise, and then moving on with some sort of with the I mean we've seen the fourth, so yeah, so that character, which we'll definitely get into, but that
Yeah.
monster, but yeah, so I think it works perfectly. Now there wasn't like much backstory or anything like added into him though, but I mean they didn't really need to. It was just some guy who was just buying his chance, getting frustrated, like an athlete, basically just the typical like Floyd Mayweather type character who just comes in when somebody's like off their game, and yeah, it's a very realistic portrayal of like somebody, once they're at the top, they lose themselves, they lose their touch, sort of, once they finally face somebody on their level again, and need to try to adjust their skills. But yeah, I do want to give some backstory though with like that actor though. Yeah, you might have heard his name before, Mr. T, but yeah, he was a pretty popular figure back in the days. He was mainly known for yeah, I'm pretty sure he like debuted it in this film, and after that he became a really popular figure, and all of his quotes and everything because of this film, it pretty much made him like an icon, sort of like Hulk Hogan, who's ironically in this film as well, and Arnold Schwarzenegger and stuff like that. He kind of became like an icon and a character. He ended up being like the main character in the A-Team show and everything, and even so, he actually in I believe either the first or the very second WrestleMania, he actually had a match I believe, against somebody. So that was interesting. I don't. No, because in WWE, they usually have celebrities fights time to time, and again at this time, um, it was still kayfabe wasn't real. Still, people still thought that shit was kind of real, which is also so yeah, he had a real well, real quote unquote WWE match like 3 years later at the very second WrestleMania against Roddy Piper. So that was pretty funny, but
Yeah.
yeah, and also that also is why it's pretty funny the scenes in this with Hulk Hogan, because again at this time, it was Hulk Hogan and people thought it was all real still WWE wrestling, wasn't kayfabe, so they had to kind of do that. And also I don't hold on, let's see if this was actually true or not. Okay, yeah, so there was also another story I wanted to tell you involving that scene with Hulk Hogan, though, because in 1976, I'm just gonna say firstly, the character Apollo Creed in this is kind of, I mean, you can tell it's kind of like inspired off of Muhammad Ali in real life. Yeah, well, in real life in 1976, the most popular, professional wrestler at the time, kayfabe and stuff. Yeah, they actually had a real, like, match with a boxer. So it was Muhammad Ali versus Antonio Inoki, who was considered the best professional wrestler of all time and the most popular Japanese and Eastern figure of all time, like their version of Hulk Hogan. So they had a real fight, and where they literally mixed in wrestling and boxing, and I'm just gonna say, and it ended up being a fucking shit show where he literally, where Antonio Inoki literally like laid on the mat the whole time and just kicked Muhammad Ali in the legs, because it was really weird. It's an interesting story. It was a fucking shit show, and everybody was chanting, "We want our money back." But yeah, it was the first type of like a thing of its time, and where a weird collaboration like that. And yeah, so I'm pretty sure, and this film came out in 1982. So I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure it was inspired off of that real life event with that match in the beginning of the film with Hulk Hogan and whatever his name is in the film, and yeah, Rocky. Yeah, I just wanted to say that interesting thing, Timbit there, but yeah, it really odd shit, but anyway, yeah, but nonetheless, I really like this film. And again, the training sequences in this, just like the first and the second, very revolutionary for its time. Many films and many like video games and such copy it to this day. And also, the Eye of the Tiger song. Yeah, this was where it originated from this film. It got an Oscar nom from it, so that's another thing it kind of did. Yeah, revolutionary. Yeah, I do think this is, in my opinion, a bit weaker than the first two Rocky films, but it's still a very good film. This would probably be my like third favorite out of the franchise, possibly, and that sounds bad, but keep in mind there were 9 or 10 in this franchise, and there's only one bad film. So, so yeah, that isn't a bad thing at all. But yeah, is there anything else that I had written down? I don't really think so. That's kind of about it on my notes that I had written down. Not to say that more, but yeah, I mean, I'll stop there and I'll let you guys talk a bit now. But yeah, I just wanted to give those a bit of tidbits on some inspiration, some things in real life, and other things, and then just say some likes there. So yeah, you guys can go now.
Thank you for
All right.
sharing, man. As usual, your insight behind the scenes and stuff is always appreciated. It's amazing to have you, man. So I think I can go on with my side notes, and then we can go on with DC overall thoughts. So my side note, as a movie, I think the third is slightly weaker than the second, but I found it more entertaining and it had the perfect pacing. I see myself rewatching the third much more than the second. Now, I will uh, tell you a similar situation that happened recently John Wick. Remember, Cole, when I said John Wick 4? It was the weakest of the franchise, but I found
Yeah.
it very entertaining. Well, Rocky 3, it's basically almost the same thing. I thought
Yeah.
that was weaker than the first. Well, actually, it was better than the first one, but weaker than the second one.
Honestly,
Um,
I kind of feel the same way. Like, even though I think the first film, as a film, is better made than the other two, I think, yeah, the second and the third, well, weaker as overall films, are way more entertaining as, to watch.
yeah. So that's my side note. Uh, Entertainment value is there. What about you, DC? What would be your overall thought without diving too deep into it?
Mm. Mm. You see, the Rocky films are very, very interesting for me because I love the third one, but I don't know if it's better than the second one because a part of me enjoyed it more, but a part of me also enjoys two more. So I don't know which one I like more, but all I can say is I love the third Rocky 3. Watching it, yeah, I really, really enjoyed it because of how it's like it goes from Rocky going having all the fame and being cocky, and then he loses the fame and he loses the belt, and then over time he trains with his own nemesis and um gains the title back. He also deals with his manager dying. I think this Rocky 3 handles a lot of really, really good topics when it comes to like grief, death, fame,
Fear.
arrogance, and tear, cocky, all that stuff. And it also explores the topic really well. Old enemies or of yours becoming basically your new partners, which I can have that in real life. Um, yeah, and I also think Apollo's character, you kind of understand his character a lot better because compared to the other Rocky villains, like with this one being Clubber Lang and Apollo, I always felt like even though you always can still get the sense that yes, Lang is definitely worse in terms of humanity when it comes than Apollo, because Apollo was still a good guy. He still cared about people, whereas Lang just cared about the belt. And I
Oh, yeah.
liked, yeah,
I mean, Apollo was always, he just wanted to do things for, like, business, and he was cool with, like, playing the villain and to get his attention, but he was always, like, a good guy still, sort of.
yeah, and I think Apollo is like one of the best characters in the Rock franchise.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
Yeah,
He's my favorite.
Me too.
yeah, I just think his chemistry with Rocky is always fun, because Apollo's always is definitely the smarter and the more reasonable one, whereas Rocky is the more dumb, more caveman like. And I really like how they banter back and forth. And I also enjoyed like some of Apollo's lines with Adrian, Rocky's wife as well. And I also enjoy the theme of family in the franchise, which I think that's the one aspect of this franchise that I absolutely think is the best part of the franchise. It's not about boxing; it's all about the boxer's life, and I love how they use family. And I also do like how this one, unlike the other two, they actually have more boxing. Not saying it was a issue in the first two. It wasn't. It's just I enjoyed this one having more of a boxing, like more boxing fights,
Me
and I
too.
thought they were just as entertaining as the final one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, so I guess now we can dive deeper into it because we already mentioned a lot of stuff, and man, Apollo Creed, amazing character. I thought he was decent in the first one. He got better in the second one, and in the third one, guess what? He got even better. I think Apollo Creed is a great character. That's where I will leave it for now. I can start off by mentioning my issues. So I had a few issues with this movie. Um, sound was shit for the scene between Rocky and Apollo. That was early in the movie because that's my first issue. It was a moment where I really tried my best. I had my sound at maxed out, and I really had hard time following. That was before the agent death. Um, I can't exactly remember, and I can't even detail it more because, as I said, the sound was shit, and I didn't catch everything they said. Um, oh no, that's right after the agent death. So yeah, they had to talk. Rocky and Apollo had to talk right after the death of the agent. Um, yeah, that was the talk where that was really hard for me to follow what was going on. Um, the other thing is Rocky rival being one dimensional, just an angry guy with everyone that just wants the belt. I didn't really like that new villain for this movie. Um, I was like, man, I miss Apollo Creed. It was a very interesting antagonist, but that guy that just wants the belt, it's like, yeah,
Yeah, well, again, because I think they were trying to focus on a lot of other aspects and with more people on his own side. And again, I think they were really just trying to depict a Mike Tyson, Floyd Mayweather type character, realistic in real life, who's just always trying to get under his skin, just a complete asshole, like that, and just ready to try to take everything and to try to make somebody, because in the first two, it was mainly, like neutral, but, so this one they really wanted to have like a pure villain type character and with like memorable one-liners and stuff. And it kind of succeeded, obviously with the character that then Mr. T had become, but afterwards in pop culture, everything else. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to like having a character like an opponent with like layers and stuff, though, I mean, yeah, it's definitely weaker, and it's definitely not like uh, the villain, well, the opponent, that I prefer more, especially compared to the other three Rocky films in between it. But I guess they weren't really trying to go for it though. Whether that's a good decision or not, I mean, up to you.
yeah. So that's it. I only had two issues, but that sound thing in there, I think they were speaking about how they are fighters and fighters don't give up and stuff, and I enjoy the idea, but the sole fact that I could not get everything they said and I missed part of what they were talking about, it really hurts the movie because this is a drama, and these small chats there, here and there, are essential for characters and progression of the story, and yeah, it's just very sad for me.
Yeah.
What would be
Uh,
your issue, DC?
uh, I was gonna quickly say, if you want, I have an advice. Try and use the subtitles, or use subtitles if that's, because that way you can read it. So say if it's a movie has really bad sound, you can just read it on the
Yeah,
subtitles.
yeah. Like here's the thing. In recent years, they've been making when they produce films for like digital or DVD, they've been doing a bad job with making sure like outside of like IMAX theaters, the sound is really clear when it comes to like home media, unless you have like a good home theater setup. So yeah, my tip is to like either download this app called Volume Master and turn it up even more, or B, have subtitles on. Like in recent years, a lot of people have just had English subtitles on each film because of that.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing they've done.
Yeah, yeah. So, anyways, into the positives, or
You
anything I
didn't add
dislike.
you didn't add any dislikes?
No, I don't think so.
You cool.
No,
Do you have any dislike you'd like to share before we move on the positive side?
No, nothing that I haven't really said. If also the editing I do think was an improvement in this as well compared to the second. But let's see. I mean, if there's any other that I haven't mentioned yet, I mean,
I
maybe maybe the music was better than the other two, but it wasn't. It was still good in this, just not as good in the
Yeah.
compared to the other two. And then maybe the camera work, uh, its style of camera work, I maybe preferred in the other two versus this one a bit more. I don't know. That's just me though. Yeah, I don't have anything else, so I kind of just said everything.
Okay, I'd like to also say this. I really want to place a lot of emphasis here. I thought the first two movie, one of the the biggest issue I still remember was the pacing. I felt like these movies were a bit too long. But this one, man, an hour and a half felt perfect. It felt perfect and it was very effective with 1 hour and a half. They did lots of things. Rocky learning again how to fight, overcoming his fear, and realizing, man, he can do this. It's empowering, and man, the pacing, great pacing. So I guess now we can move to the likes, starting with DC.
I think I already went through my likes, and I don't have any dislikes. So yeah.
Okay, so I guess, Cole, is there any other likes you'd like to share before I move on to my likes? Because I got a lot of things I
Yeah,
liked.
I mean, I've said pretty much everything I needed to say, but were there any other likes uh, let's see. I mean, what okay, was there anything else I might have forgot? Uh, I guess not much really, but again, the supporting cast is great as always. I do like the polishness of it, yeah, and I do agree the pacing was fantastic in this. And again, the one F scene there was really impactful, and yeah, one thing that I will say though is I've said this before, and I'm just gonna say it again. The main thing that makes a Rocky film is because in each Rocky entry, you have like a good understanding of what's probably gonna happen by the end of it, and it does. But the main thing though is as long as you feel that impact with the camera work and everything with just how it's shot and the punches and stuff, like they film it in a certain way though, with this impact where it still makes you, even though you kind of know what's probably going to happen, it still makes you feel like anything could happen at any moment. And this is what the first, second, and third Rocky and have done a fantastic job at. And later on in the franchise, there are some entries that I don't think do as good of a job at that, which we'll get to. But
Yeah.
for now, though, it's done a fantastic job at that. And yeah, that's all I really have to say. I'm pretty much done now.
Okay, opening scene, perfect recap of the first two movies. I liked the music. Rocky Glory was very interesting to see. He is everywhere. He is an icon in this universe. The guy training to beat Rocky, even if I say he's one dimensional, I still think the actor did a great job and he had charisma, even if he was kind of a weak villain. Um, the jealousy of Rocky friend when he broke the arcade, showing instead of telling in parenthesis. I like that. Do that, movies. 2023, here we go. The 1980 something knew how to do it. Why don't you? You got more money. Rocky meaning of friendship. Rocky getting beat down, showcase why weight class matter when they fight. So this is basically when they fought on the arena, the wrestler or something. Um, it was staged. Of course, it's obvious it was staged. The wrestler was better than Rocky because he's bigger. Um, okay. Yeah, Rocky's speech and desire to retire. Rocky agent leaving. The new rival set up to be stronger than Rocky. Rocky and new rival training in parallel. The old man being sick, hints at Rocky being protected by his agents. Rocky getting clapped down round 1. Apollo Creed reaction to Rocky losing. Emotional depth of Rocky agents. The music, Apollo Creed being an amazing character. Rocky working out. Funny pool scene where it's like he needs to learn how to use muscle he never used before. This is amazing, man. Rocky being crippled and having trauma from his loss. Um, Agent Dot of Rocky being able to win, being in Rocky mind. Rocky not believing in himself. Rocky admitting he is afraid. That was a real moment between a man and his wife. And man, the wife character is amazing. She is amazing. This is how we do pep talk, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, Next up, Rocky being back at training. Rocky wife being the voice of reason. Rocky beating the crap out of his rival. Really close fight. Rocky throwing very strong punch and taking lots of hits. Apollo Creed favor. I liked that tidbits here where Apollo Creed favor is like, let's fight again. That was very manly, you know? Um, so, yeah, I had a blast watching. Um, is there anything else you guys would like to share before we move on to the grade for Rocky 3? I guess not.
Yeah, not for me.
What would be
Yes.
your grade out of 10, Cole?
Uh, Jesus, this is here. Maybe on a later date I might raise it to like a point more, but I'm not going. I'm gonna spread out the ratings a bit, with like where how I think of each, and I do think there are better ones in this as overall films later on. So for now, I'm just gonna give it a 7, but yeah, I really enjoyed it. On a 6.5 to 7 for me. Uh, yeah.
What about you, DC?
A 10.
Interesting. So my grade was a 9 out of 10 with a full point because of the sound and a full point because the angry guy that just wants the belt could have been better. Um, yeah, that's how it goes. I will mark down the time stamp 2:37 Rocky 3 Rocky 3. Okay, I guess 2:37 actually. I marked down 2:30. Um
Okay, so which one next?
Rocky 4. So that's the next one. I would like to start.
Okay.
All right.
Uh, did you want to?
I guess I can start.
Yeah, go ahead.
So for Rocky 4, I thought again, I feel like this was a great film again. Um, again, I think the thing with the Rocky franchise, I think each film gets better and better for me. I think I don't know which one I think because 2 was great, 3 was fantastic, 4 I think was really really good. I think 4 is pretty underrated because I know the Rotten Tomatoes score was pretty low, and I thought, and a lot of people said, well, Rocky 4 is definitely where it started
Yeah.
getting cheaper. I personally,
I will say one thing, no DC. Yeah. So the reason why it's that low, and I'll tell you why, is because it felt like the pacing was off. It was kind of a bit sloppy. It was when it started maybe feeling a bit too over the top at points, and for other reasons. It just that was the main reason, all those things. But the reason for that was because Sylvester Stallone didn't actually get to release the full and real film he wanted to, the version of it. But he did years later, like decades later, which is the cut I recommended for you guys, the Ultimate Director's Cut. So I hope you guys watch that. But yeah, it fixes like all those issues with it though, and it
Yeah,
ends up being a great underrated film, and the
yeah,
most underrated in this franchise.
yeah.
Here's the thing. You told us, and I tried to remember, but I actually forgot. And I don't know which version I've seen. Um,
Uh, it's the
so
theatrical. It was the theatrical cut because that's the one I also watched.
do you what?
Um, it was the theatrical cut
Oh,
of
okay, so that's the one we have seen. Okay.
yeah,
So but they basically lead to the same thing at the very end, right? Because I've did some research. Because after that I was like, oh shit, maybe I've seen the wrong
Yeah,
one.
it leads to similar things, but yeah, it fixes a lot of like pacing or sloppiness like issues, and also makes it so it's not as like cheesy and over the top just because of how everything is like shown so fastly. Like it fixes a lot of issues. It really shows the passion in the fourth. You know, once
Okay,
he finally released his own cut of it.
so I guess we haven't seen the right one, but yeah, I can I think we
No,
can
I
settle this
think you
one.
saw the right. No. You're saying I think you saw the right one. You just might not agree with us. That's all.
mm,
That's all.
Um,
I'm just saying what I think and such. But yeah. Yeah, I'll try to like look at maybe like the original runtime of the director's cut, and then you can say if that was the one you watched or not.
it was an hour and 33 minutes.
mm, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you watched the director's cut. The theatrical cut was an hour and 31 minutes. It says the director's cut is an hour and 33 minutes. So yeah, you did watch that one. Yeah,
Yeah.
you might just not agree with us, I guess, but I'm just repeating what a lot of people thought of
Mm,
director's cut and what I personally thought, when it was
Okay.
released. But
Okay. Let's get into it, man. Um. So, I I will say this. I liked it more than the first movie, but I felt like it was a step down from the second and the third movie. That's my overall thoughts. What are yours, guys?
hmm.
mm,
I no, I don't think it was like as good as the first or second, but and that still stands, and it might not even be as good as the third, but at best it would be like tied with the third or a tad bit better than the third. But again, I think the director's cut for me changed this from being a below average or average, a bit too cheesy film or with some sloppy areas to then a very good film like the third one with a lot of passion in it. And yeah, I really enjoyed it. Again, on an enjoyment level, I do. I'd probably prefer the third a bit more, but on an overall filmmaking level, it might be the fourth for me. So yeah, they're pretty even, honestly. But yeah, I really enjoyed this. So even it's not as much as like the second.
Man, I'll also say that I feel like I I think I would rewatch that one as well over the first two, but I still think it's not as good as well. I like this one better than the first one, but I didn't like that one as much as the second or the third one, but I was entertained by it. Um, so what about you, DC?
all right. So in terms of things I enjoyed, I personally enjoyed the theme of the whole film, where it was the United States versus the Soviet Union. I enjoy that Cold War like themes that they did. Um, I think Ivan Drago was really an incredible antagonist because he's not like Apollo or Mr. or Clubber Lang. he's a different type of opponent, and the fact that he literally murders or kills Apollo in the first fight, or at least in their fight scene. I thought that scene was really, really good.
Yeah,
Because it
it
really,
was so impactful.
yeah, and not to mention, I think it also shows how tough Drago actually was compared to the other opponents that Rocky had faced earlier on. Yeah, and I also think it was a great time because I always felt like like I kind of saw it coming because I like to watch some of the movie clips on before they come out. So yeah, yeah, and I was able to enjoy the some of the themes and storylines that they had with Rocky 4.
Okay, so I guess now
Yeah,
we can
I
dive
mean,
deeper.
I
What
yeah.
were you about to say?
I'm just gonna say quickly, like, yeah, I agree with DC completely. My only issue with the villain though was they did build him up to be that level, and they did a fantastic job. I feel like though, they should have done a better job with how Rocky defeats him because, in my opinion, they did all that, had him literally kill a guy, take like horse tranquilizers, saying he dies, and then that's how he defeat that like he barely even trained. There's no way, even in a Rocky film, he should have realistically beat him, in my opinion. Now, in all the others, he beat him by, learning some new techniques and doing something special, but in this, they didn't really do that as well. And that's one of my issues with the villain, how he's defeated.
Mm.
I felt like I will sound like a bummer, but I feel like Rocky should have lost. That's how I felt, and
I would have
that
been cool with that, and then the fifth one being the sequel, where he's kind of try to rebounds.
yeah, like that will go back to my issues I got. Because actually, I can start off by saying that. Um, I will actually start on the issues aspect. The sound is terrible. The sound is awful. This happens twice where I did struggle to understand what was going on, what they were saying. Um, the pacing wasn't that great. The first time I did notice was in the car when Rocky was heading toward the airport. They did show a lot of things we already have seen to build up some emotional impact, to feel sorry for Apollo and to feel what Rocky is feeling. And I like that. I just felt like this scene on the car with all of the flashback, maybe it could have been trimmed down a little bit, maybe a minute, because it lasted like for like 4 minutes of memories, 5 minutes of memories, and I see the intent. I see why they wanted to do that, and I liked the fact that it made me emotional. I was feeling sorry. I was feeling like Rocky, but maybe it went on a little bit too long, and it felt like they just wanted to fill some time to make sure the movie is an hour and a half. That's how I felt um, watching this, because I think to be considered a movie, you need to be an hour and a half or something. If you're not, you're considered like a short movie or something like that. I don't know exactly the
Actually,
detail.
well, actually, no. I mean, in the what's considered a feature-length movie, and by definition in America, is 60 minutes, and what's considered a feature-length movie worldwide is over 45 minutes. As long as you reach over 45 minutes, you're considered a feature-length film, uh,
Oh,
and
really?
then you're a short film from there.
I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
I mean, when it comes to like theatrical releases, though, I mean, yeah, they would want at least 90 minutes, so
Okay.
get your money's
That
worth. That or 80 minutes.
that's what I felt they were doing, and even if I like the moment and the idea and the intent, the execution is maybe not on point as much. Um, Now the next issue is much later in the movie. The impact of the punches is not consistent. It was shown earlier in the movie that he can die from getting punched hard on the head, but here Rocky takes several hits and some looks like hard punches, yet Rocky doesn't drop. The rival is one dimensional, that's another issue, but to go back at that whole thing, um, maybe there's an argument there where the Russian had hatred for Apollo because Apollo was laughing at him and was teasing him, and it was making him look bad, and he had that kind of anger build up, and that's why he killed Apollo, and that's why he didn't kill Rocky because Rocky didn't go that way, you know. But even there, I feel like when they tell Drakov to kill him, he doesn't do that. I'm like, there's something. Either they don't know how to freaking balance out the punches, or the characters and the strength is not consistent. There's inconsistency there. This is just how I feel about that whole very long fight where they took so many hits, they were all messed up, and Rocky didn't die. Um, that's also why I feel like Rocky should have lost. Like it felt
Yeah,
I was glad he won, but it didn't feel as earned as past movie. Even if they wanted you to feel like it was earned, because that's to avenge Apollo Creed. In fact, it's not for fame, it's not for money, it's to avenge a lost brother. You know, but even if the idea is interesting, man, it it doesn't feel earned. It just doesn't. But that's just my take on it.
that's my biggest thing with this film. They didn't do a good job at making it feel like an earned win. That's the biggest issue with this film.
It's not because you do like 13 rounds where you can stand still and survive hits that it's earned. Yes, Rocky trained, but like, did he really surpass Apollo? Did he really like? Did he really surpass himself enough to beat down someone that killed Apollo like round two? Like, something doesn't add up somewhere. Like, either the Russian villain is not consistent, or the punching strength is not consistent, and that's really makes it like so weird that Rocky comes up on top. Um, yeah. Do you want to say something, DC? I've seen your icon flashing.
I was gonna say, in my defense of the revenge plot, because I've been through, basically what I can kind of say is, Rocky and Rocky Four is basically how I've actually been feeling for a while. Um, and so I actually understand what Rocky wants, and he wants to avenge his fallen friend. And because I'm in that position right now, I can just feel the anger and pain that he's suffering. And for me, I think it's a great way to show their um um the plot for the movie. As for Rocky, like the punches throw from Drago, I actually don't think it's inconsistent, because I feel like sometimes I think Drago was being probably very cocky and arrogant, because, well, he was like, well, I defeat Apollo Creed, I can probably take on Rocky pretty quickly. But he didn't know that Rocky was probably going out for revenge, and so Rocky was also pushing himself more and more. And yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Um,
yeah.
so, the rival being one dimensional, I just feel like um, the Russian is just like, yeah, I'm the weapon, I'm invincible, and that's it. That's his one tone. Like, he had charisma. I like the fact that a lot of his character is more like the way he looks to others, the way he responds to others. He doesn't speak that much. I like that kind of character. The people like that don't say much and they say a lot without really moving their mouth. Like, I enjoyed the crap out of it, but he, like there's no deeper backstory. He's just like that weapon. He is a weapon and he acts like a weapon and that's it. I just wished I had a bit more with him. He is better than the villain in the third one, but he's nowhere near as interesting as Apollo Creed. And this is funny because a man of a few words relates much more to me than Apollo Creed, but yet I still think Apollo Creed was better. Um, so yeah, these are my issues. Did you have any issues, DC?
No. I think my one issue with the entire franchise, I do wish that we get more shown of the villain, like Apollo Creed, in the first two movies, or at least the first one, Clubber Lang in the third, and Ivan Drago in the fourth. I do wish we saw them more because it sometimes feels like they're in the film for like a few minutes at best. I do wish we saw them a little bit more, but then again, I understand why. I mean, I can understand why these are the kind of films that are not supposed to be like that, but I do wish you got a little bit more screen time with them. Yeah, but I think that's just a nitpick. Apart from that, I don't really have any issues.
Okay. Is there any other issues you'd like to share, Cole?
For me, no. I pretty much said like all my likes and positives here.
Okay, so again, I will take
I'm
the
sorry,
floor
sorry,
for
likes
now.
and negatives. God, why did I just say likes and positives? Jesus,
Yeah.
likes and negatives.
Yeah. Sorry.
um, the opening scene telling us like um, Creed and Rocky basically became friends at some extent with the third movie adventure and stuff. I like that a lot. You see them bonding and being friends. I like the robot a lot. It was funny. Rocky trying to be a good father was endearing. Apollo eating with Rocky, speaking about Russia and stuff. The tension when Apollo is insulting Russia, I liked it. Felt like Apollo, like arrogant and stuff. It felt like the second movie all over again, but instead of Rocky being the target of Apollo, it's freaking the Russian one. Entrance for the event made me laugh. Oh yeah, that's even where basically Apollo Creed dies. The entrance made me laugh, man. That was over the top to make you laugh, and it was like, yo, man, Apollo is taking this as a joke, man. He's not taking the Russians seriously, and he will pay the cost, man. Apollo
Yeah.
realizing his opponent looks so strong, and he's like on the ring. He's like, oh crap, I really did that. Rocky wanting the fight to end. This showcased that Rocky cares a lot about Apollo and he fears for Apollo life, and it also shows that Rocky has grown as an individual since the first movie. In the first movie, it would be like, go for it, even if he didn't believe it. But now, with experience, he got older, and I feel like it's in character because he changed over the years. And that was one of the topic in the third movie where he is no more the guy he used to be. He changed. And this is the perfect example of how he changed. He cares a lot about Apollo. Apollo falling after getting struck really hard. Um, Apollo death was emotional. The Russian wanting Rocky to come on their soil, it felt believable. Even when his wife says
Yeah.
he can't.
Also, this film was made like when the Soviet Union was fallen. By the way.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah.
Film came out in
interesting.
1985, so yeah, it was during the time where near the end of the Cold War. Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, and this was also the time where like a lot of like Russian athletes, like hockey players and stuff, were like illegally deported to the U.S. Like they were just like hiding in cars and shit to get away and like come to America, and if they got caught, they would have been sentenced to 7 years hard labor, which is a death penalty.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Cold War. It's definitely one of the darker moments in history.
And
Because
it could be
yeah,
happening again.
yeah,
Yeah.
especially with what's going on with United States and China, and I guess now United States and Russia again. But that's politics. Yeah,
Just want peace.
yeah. Unfortunately, it's probably never gonna happen.
As long as the American are there, it won't happen. I feel like they trigger every war they can.
Yeah, like it's like you know what? And for me, I think the scariest part is how that what goes on in wars, as scary as it is, I think the things that happen outside of a war, like for instances, like domestic abuse or drugs, bullying, alcohol, that stuff. I think that stuff when it goes out, that happens while war is also going on, like in a different country. Like I think it makes it worse, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, even when his wife says he can't win, he will still go for it. It's some kind of honor to do it. It's to avenge someone. Rocky's survivor guilt is also approached there. Um, he really feels sorry. He should have stopped the fight when he could. There's a line he said that tells that I can't remember exactly the words, but that's the vibes I'm getting from that. Emotional car ride with flashbacks. Rocky talking to his son about fear. That shows us that he learned from the third movie, and I like that a lot. Uh, it was funny. The brother falling in the snow was hilarious. Emotional scene between the trainer and Rocky, telling how Apollo was basically the trainer son at some extent. Rocky training, the music, Rocky rival training. This time around, Rocky fight for Apollo, not for himself. I like that aspect to the battle because that's something deeper into the movie. Like, so far, most of Rocky fight were for himself, but this time around, it's for to honor someone else, and I
Yeah.
like that aspect. That's like one of the highlights of this movie. He is beyond just fighting like a thug. He's above that now. Proof that the rival cheats by showing a syringe. The brother admitting he'd like to be like Rocky, and then later on he's like, "Now these are the moments where I'm glad I'm not you." When he enters the ring and stuff. Both countries feel very different on how they show the start of the fight. In America, they were laughing at Russia, and here it's not really like that. The vibe is very different. People still didn't like Rocky at all, but the vibe is different. You could tell it's not the same crowd that was part of that fight and the other one in America, and I like that. It was funny.
Yeah.
Rocky winning felt amazing, better than any other movie. Even if I said it didn't feel earned, felt amazing because he was able to avenge his friend. I maybe I sound like I contradict myself, but the feel is there, man.
Yeah.
The ending speech on how people can change if he could change, I like that a lot. So even if it wasn't really necessarily earned, it still felt amazing because man, he avenged Apollo Creed. So,
Yeah.
what are your likes, DC? If you didn't mention all of them.
I think I've mentioned all of them.
Okay. So, what would be your grade out of 10, DC?
10.
What would be your grade out of 10, Cole?
I would say around a 6.5 to 7, just like the third. And on a later date, I might raise. I'm still deciding which one I like more, and on a later date, when I decide that, I'll probably raise either the third or the fourth to a 7.5.
Okay, for me it's the 8 out of 10. As a recap, I gave the first movie a 7, the second movie 9.5, I believe, the third one 9, and this one 8 out of 10. So this one is enjoyable. It's not the worst one for me, but it's not best one either. So, is there any closing thoughts on Rocky 4?
Not for me.
Not, yeah, not for me either. But yeah, just say if we watched the original cut instead of the director's cut, it would have been a lot worse because that was really sloppy. The
Really?
theatrical one, yeah, and director's new cut, fixed a lot of those issues.
What's so different?
Oh, just like the editing, like with shots, was really bad. Like how they position it, like even worse pacing and stuff, and some of the
Really?
music choices they really damaged. Some of the shots they removed some scenes, added other scenes that were worse, removed some better scenes. They made it far too over the top in areas in the theatrical cut. Like it was kind of just like a pretty straightforward surface level sloppy, so like cheesy USA versus Soviet Union type film they rushed out into theaters, and the director's cut fixed a lot of issues and made it a way more coherent film with a lot more passion and deep messages. Like the others, they did a lot better with it. It's hard to explain, but you would just like you would have to watch both to understand. And yeah, the director's cut is way better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes it from like a 4 to 5 out of 10 film to like a 6 to 8 out of 10 film.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I kind of want to watch the original cut because it's considered like one of the worst. But I mean, I love a lot of films that are generally considered to be the worst. So I'm kind of curious as to what. I just want to watch the original just to.
You could. It might be hard to find though because when it comes to this shit, they do a bad job online of archiving the originals. Unless the originals end up being better than the director's cut they tried making, like that was the case with The Lion King 1994. So the original one still plays anytime you play it online instead of the shitty like new touches they made. But yeah, but with stuff like again, that's how the very original like Star Wars films, where they don't have fucking scenes like Jabba the Hutt in the A New Hope are kind of almost impossible if you don't have like the original cassette, which I know Jaded and Mike does. Uh, Row Comics and Jaded
Jaded the
Fanboy, they
fanboy?
have them. Jaded Fanboy and Row Comics, they're both like in their 50s and they have like original cassettes, VHSs of the original A New Hope cuts and such. But anyone else who doesn't, yeah, it's impossible pretty much to find online because of what George Lucas did to it, and also it another franchise that we'll be covering soon because of the new one that just came out will be Evil Dead, and that was the same thing there with the original. They and so much so that yeah, the original version of the first Evil Dead is pretty much a lost film now, and it's impossible to update over time with the new quality because of what Sam Raimi stupidly did to it. So yeah, there's a fun story when we get to that. I'm
Um,
pretty sure you can find it though.
yeah. Um, I guess now we can move on to the next topic. The girl with the dragon tattoo.
Yeah,
Nice. Okay.
yeah,
So
So,
I'll say this was basically based on like a film franchise. Well, it was based on books first, but for David Fincher, yeah, Steg Larsson, so like Swedish or Norway or something. I forgot the exact author where they were from. But yeah, it was Swedish author, so yeah, Swedish. But yeah, before his name, before though, David Fincher decided to make this film. There are actually other films already made of this. It's a trilogy, and in the future, if you want, it wouldn't be for a long time, but if you wanted to in the future, we could cover those, but it would obviously be with an English dub though, because they're not in English.
Oh no.
But
Yeah. Okay. English
uh,
dub. Yeah.
yeah, they featured Noomi Rapace and stuff, but yeah, they were like yeah, Swedish or Icelandic adaptations of it, and yeah, all three of them are considered to be very good films, all like in like the 3.8 out of 5 range online, so all considered to be fairly good. But yeah, and they were made in all three of them I believe were made in 2009. They were all just released together in 2009. And yeah, then in 2011 though, yeah, David Fincher decided to make his an adaptation of it, of the I believe the first version, the first chapter of it or book of it, whatnot, the girl with the dragon tattoo with this character in this universe. And yeah, I think in my opinion he did a excellent job, and he did a better job than the other three films did. And they didn't end up making any others for the English versions after this. Although they tried, but like for example, there's this director who's made films like Don't Breathe and the 2013 remake of Evil Dead, which will be part of the films we cover when we watch that franchise, which was actually pretty good in my opinion. But yeah, he tried making the prequel film to it. I believe something like Girl Caught in the Spider Web, something like that. Up with a different actress, and yeah, so different director, different actress, different writers, and came out like 5 years later or 7 years later, and yeah, it wasn't very well received. Obviously, it was considered pretty bad or pretty mediocre. So yeah, probably not going to cover that ever unless you want to be a completionist. But yeah, so we'll probably just be covering this one and then maybe the English dub ones in the future. But either way, yeah, I thought this was an excellent mystery crime thriller. I thought the acting was fantastic. The mystery elements was fantastic. The way it was filmed and everything was fantastic, and the characters were really compelling. And in the universe, and yeah, the pacing I thought was great. There wasn't a moment where I felt bored at all during this film. And yeah, this was the other one that I mentioned, how either Gone Girl or this would probably be one of your favorites out of the David Fincher films, because they're the most that are sort of like prisoners with that mystery element. And yeah, yeah, also, yeah, rest in peace, Christopher Plummer died recently, starred in this, but yeah, anyway.
Really?
Yeah, Rooney Mara was fantastic. Yeah, Daniel Craig was fantastic. Stellan Skarsgård was fantastic, and that twist was fantastic. And yeah, cinematography was great. Just all of it was great, and it was another like multi-genre film, like thriller, crime, mystery, romance, drama, lot of genres. But yeah, overall, yeah, I thought it was pretty excellent. And yeah, I'll stop there and let you guys talk. Which one would rather go first between DC or multi?
I think I can go first with my side note,
Okay.
and then DC can give his overall thoughts. So
Yeah,
my side note is I'm not a fan of self-serve justice. You guys will know exactly what I'm talking about, but I will not hold it against the movie since it's very human. It's realistic. So this is, guys probably guessed it, about that prick in the girl. Um, yeah, I'm not a fan of self-serve justice, but it's 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 what people like to do in real life. So I guess
Well,
that's
that
one
and
thing.
also, I mean, I think it's, in my opinion, the most. Not only is it realistic, but I think, when it comes to, I understand you don't like, yeah, self-serve justice. Yeah, I mean, it isn't right though. Like,
Yeah, it's
there's
wrong,
actually a great
but
video that shows. There's a great video on YouTube that kind of shows that stuff, and it also, explains like, to uh, what did it explain? Yeah, like I can't remember what it was like. Yeah, two wrongs don't make her right. I think was like
Yeah.
the basis of it. But I'm saying out of old things though, I think this is the most like, like understanding one though,
Yeah.
because
That's
of
why.
the situation, and also with the character, how she is, and also realizing that can't get revenge or justice in any other ways, and also realizing that he's done this to hundreds,
Yeah.
so she did this just so he would stop.
Yeah.
So out of all the things in movies history, this is probably the one that's the most understanding, though, in my opinion. So that's why I didn't have an issue with it.
Me neither. That's why it's just a side note and not an issue because that's the kind of
Yeah.
stuff that happened in real life. Uh, but I know it would have came up in the discussion, that kind of stuff there. That's why I placed it as a side note, because I knew that would be one of the topic regarding the movie. I will repeat myself. I do not endorse that kind of behavior, but some people do act like that, and I can understand that kind of anger where you really want things to get solved and you feel like you've been failed by the system, so you do it yourself. Then the world turns into a jungle, but hey, people do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, if you guys never seen this video, again, just if you ever have free time and wanted to, I highly recommend. There's a first part to this, but I'm just gonna send the second part though. The first
Yeah.
part you don't need to watch, but it's connected. But it basically kind of sums up the thing that multi-topic is trying to say. Like, because a lot of films try to do that for as like a justice thing, or they do it for laughs. When it comes to like
Yeah.
this is different. This film in this situation is different. But I just did want to bring it up because it outside of this thing and other odd instances in films with this stuff happens a lot. That's played literally only for laughs and nothing else. And
Yeah.
it really dives into it very well, and I recommend watching it. But yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is my side note. What did you thought of the overall movie, DC?
I thought it was actually really, 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 really good. I enjoyed some of the themes it handled. And I enjoyed that the serial killer and his twist. Because it actually reminded me of a character that I like from The Walking Dead. I don't want to spoil it because obviously I think you probably plan to cover it at one point, at least future at the very least.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't want to spoil it for you. But there's a character in season 5 I really really like. He's one of my favorite characters of that show, and I could see parallels with the serial killer guy and his relationship with Daniel Craig's character. And you see how the two were bonding and were almost developing a good friendship before it eventually realizes something was wrong with the guy, and Craig's character was able to realize it. Yeah. um but I think Cole actually said like all of my likes. I enjoyed that this was a very dark, very straight down the middle, grounded, serious film. I enjoyed I like the action, the suspense, the mystery. I thought they were all handled well. Another ad is I like how Craig always asks people for a cup of coffee. I mean, it's always. I mean, even though that's meant to be a bit lighthearted, I actually think for me is one of the better scenes. It's just when he's just sitting down with people and he's having some coffee there with them. I think it builds more fun and cares and optimism in what can kind of be considered a very depressing film. But yeah, I really really enjoy the movie. um I also think the whole mystery with the family I also works really well. Because this is actually not the type of film I thought it was going to be. I didn't thought this film was going to be a crime drama. I thought it would have been like something else, like there was maybe a girl with a dragon tattoo, but I didn't thought it would be like a crime drama.
Before I saw this film, I knew nothing about it, and I thought for some reason, I was watching a lot of like old Japanese samurai filmed by like Akira Kurosawa and stuff like that, and it seems like all of his like villain characters or shit had like tattoos in them. So for some reason, I thought this was gonna be like some like samurai like female like samurai John Wick type of film going into it.
Yeah, I just thought it was gonna be like a very drama film where, like, like probably nothing was gonna happen, or like no action, no fight, maybe some a little bit and all that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess now we can dive.
I will say though one last thing. Yeah. So the villain in this, I say, if you don't recognize him in other films, yeah, he does play a lot of villain type characters. And yeah, this is kind of what he does. He does a fantastic job. If you've seen the mini series Sharon Noble, he's sort of like the villain type character in that, and then he's sort of the villain type character in the Pirates of the Caribbean films, and also he's the villain in Dune, the main villain in that. So yeah,
Mm.
you know, yeah, he plays a lot of characters like this, and he always does a fantastic job.
So I guess now we can dive deeper into it. I had a few issues. First
Yeah.
one was spacing, but that was really early in the movie because it catch up the pacing fast, I think. But yeah, early in the movie, I feel like they could have trimmed down a few scenes, a few sequences. The villain being a one-dimensional creep. I'm not speaking about the big murderer, but the creep that assaulted the girl. I thought it was just one note, and it's sad, man, because he I won't say he was the best part of it. It was just a subplot there, but it was just a one-dimensional creep. That's it. That's his character. Then he was turned into a plot device to help out the girl. Now, early in the movie, later on, I thought it made more sense because it was better explained. But early in the movie, I found weird that the cops would let the tattoo girl see evidence on the cases when the cases is not always resolved yet. That was early in the movie. Later on, she had a key and stuff. I thought that that made more sense later on in the movie. But at that point in the movie, they didn't really take time to explain why they just let her take a look at these cases. It's like she's a tourist and she goes there and she has access to all of that intel. I'm like, bruh, no. It doesn't add up for me. But that was only early in the movie because, as I said, later in the movie, it's explained a bit more. Like it's because of the creep guy that basically give her full access to the library and stuff and archive and stuff. So it made a bit more sense. But early in the movie, when she was just walking to police precinct and just taking what she needed, and I was skeptical, you know. Later on in the movie, around the middle mark, um, plot armor on Daniel Craig since the guy couldn't aim and he just had a cut and the bullet really went like it flew like really close to the face but didn't kill him. I was like, man, that's crazy plot armor. The guy is clearly a marksman, so how did he miss? How did he miss? And I don't think it was clearly explained at any point in the movie. Like, they didn't try to say, oh yeah, I was just pranking you or something like that. I was just testing you. They didn't really get back to it. Daniel Craig character was just lucky, I guess. um, yeah, that bothers me a lot. um, so these are my issues. Is there any issues on your side that you didn't mention, Cole?
No, that's about it basically. Yeah, I don't really have any other issues.
Yeah, and same for me as well. I don't have any issues.
Okay, so I guess we can dive into what we liked. I know the both of you already spoke a lot about guys like, so I guess I'll go on there, except if one of you would like to add something else.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I pretty much said almost everything. I'm pretty sure, but yeah, just incredible film in my opinion. If I think of anything else, I'll let you know. Otherwise, you got the floor, I guess.
Yeah, and what
Yeah.
about you, DC?
Same thing.
Okay, so I liked the music in the intro. It was nice. Daniel Craig character is very likable. He is funny. Um, Another side note, I feel like the Dragon Tattoo Girl tick a lot of boxes. Like in modern movie, there's a lot of woke stuff and woke female character that share some traits as with this character. But there's the thing: this movie is good, and it feels organic, like or trait that could be considered like woke. Like the perfect example would be the relationships. She is bi and it's hinted at many places, and it's shown to you, and it feels organic with the story. Um, and also when for example she is in charge of situation or she takes the lead, it's because she's competent and she's smart. She knows what she's doing, and she is shown to be resourceful throughout the movie. So it's very believable when she is in charge. When she's like the girl boss, it's believable because she is well written to be this way. And modern movie, they just miss the mark with that kind of stuff. Like they will have boss girl because it's cool, but this movie adds a boss character that happens to be a girl, and I think that's a huge strength, and I keep giving shots to freaking modern Hollywood, because um, she could have been a disaster character, but she's not. She's just a well written character in a well written story. Um, the meeting with the punk girl, I will call her the punk girl a lot because I can't remember her name, or I should say that was before I realized that was the dragon tattoo girl and stuff. So
Oh,
that's like her
you
second
mean
name.
you mean okay, her. You don't know her name. You don't remember it.
Yeah, I don't even remember
Oh,
Daniel Craig name.
it's Elizabeth, I believe.
Okay, I won't
If
remember.
you're talking about the other main character with Daniel Craig, I mean.
Yeah. Later on, we see Daniel Craig feeding a cat. That was like enjoyable and like, oh man, that guy likes animals. That cat will become relevant throughout the movie, and then you learn that he got freaking killed. That was sad, man, because Daniel Craig cared for the cat. Um, um, Lots of showing instead of telling. This is happening a lot in the movie. This is the strength of it. Keep doing that. I want to be shown a movie. I don't want to be told a movie. Daniel Craig talking about unresolved cases with the old man. That was early in the movie. Um, like the the main the tattoo girl, she got angry at some point early in the movie before the shenanigan of self justice and stuff. At some point, she screams at the elevator. You can tell her anger and you can understand her anger, which is really good. Another side note, I felt like early in the movie, I was watching two different movies, and the movie got better the moment both movies connected with each other, and when both like in quote main character met. That was like the start, the true start of the movie. Um, so there was also a very interesting action sequence with the escalator where someone tries to freaking steal her bag and something, and she goes after him. That was very interesting. And the scenes at the guy getting caught on camera about the assault and everything. I like the fact that they had a focus on the camera and stuff. So the seeds were planted. It's not something that just came up because the plot wants it to happen. They really planted the seed. And later on, they also planted the seed where she places cameras around the apartment. And later on in the movie, this is how she figured out, oh, that's the killer. So these kind of detail, they are very important because these are seeds to some of your punchline you plan on having. Um, the assault breaking the girl with the dragon tattoo. We see like scenes where she is really broken, and it feels real. And this goes back to modern movies. They would never let someone vulnerable uh, like that. Women cannot be vulnerable like that. You know, they cannot be broken in 2023. So this is also um, a strain of this movie. She has a lot of girl boss traits, but she also has a lot of very relatable weaknesses, and that's the wonders of that character. Um, so the next time the girl with the dragon tattoo meet the prick, she has a freaking taser. If that was made in 2023, she would have learned martial art in 2 days, and she would be able to take him on. But no, she has a taser in this movie, and this is amazing. Um, this is how women defend themselves in real life. This is not with kung fu because there are weight classes, and he is clearly heavier than her, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So the fact that she has a taser was great. Um, the girl using her brain to take down the prig by explaining and blackmailing made sense. I was like, oh, that's very smart. She doesn't beat down the guy. Yeah, yeah, she gets some kind of retribution. But what I mean there is, she she doesn't win because she overpowered someone. She won because she outsmarted the guy, and I like that aspect a lot. Um, um, yeah, later on, Daniel Craig meets with Tattoo Girl, and at first she doesn't care about him because she still feels really shitty because of what happened with the prick, and he was able to catch her attention by saying, "Let's catch a woman killer." And at that moment, she's like, "Oh, that's my call to action. I can save other women, you know." And these parallel are amazing. I like that a lot. The sole fact that catching a woman killer can be a reason for her to step in and do something about it was empowering, and it was good. I like that. Um, Both main character doing their investigation was very entertaining. I liked it a lot. There was a lot of funny stuff in that movie, even if it was very dark. They asked questions around. They put pieces together. Now later on, Daniel Craig grabs a knife at the guy house, um, and it was a safety measure, and it made sense. The old guy admitting he is the one that shot Daniel Craig earlier. Fear of offending greater than fear of pain makes sense. Even this is very relatable. It's 11 years old, even 11 years later, you know, and it's even worse because some people change stuff just to not offend. And man, it's very human. You don't want to offend. You want to be polite. You want to be good. Even if you're in front of a freaking psycho murders. um,
Yeah.
I like that. The tattoo girl learning the identity of the murder made sense. because it's due to the cameras she was shown placing. The tattoo girl going after the murderer was amazing. The plot twist with the daughter being saved by the murderer brother made the brother a bit different, and that was interesting. The girl with the dragon tattoo moving money around, Money Strong being found dead, and I feel like the last 20-ish minutes, I won't say it was weak, but I won't say it was as good as like the art of the movie. Like I feel like from the 40-ish mark to like an hour mark to 2 hour and like 15 minutes, that was like the art of the movie, the best part of it. I feel like the start and the ending of the movie were a bit weaker, but what's in the center of the movie was great.
You see, the start and the end of the movie, I definitely enjoyed the center of it a lot more. And I was just scared that the beginning and end would be like a bit boring with how they were going. But the reason why I still really enjoyed that, though, still is because I think just this comes with just the pacing of the entire film, in my opinion. I think it flowed perfectly with it. And also, I think the beginning and the end, well, wasn't anything crazy happening at those points, and it was kind of just like wrapping up or getting us started. I think it did the perfect job when it came to knowing when not to overstay its welcome, and I think, and also hitting the right notes when it comes to certain character arcs being completed and certain things it leaves you with. So that's why I still really enjoyed it as much as the center of it.
Okay, so I guess now, except if you guys would like to add more, we can move to the grade out of 10.
Okay, for me, this is like an 8.5.
Very interesting. What about you, DC?
A 10.
Very interesting. For me, it's just like Cole, 8.5 out of 10. Uh, I think the one-dimensional creep uh, brought a full point by himself. Maybe Blood Armor actually brought a full point by himself. I don't know which one of the two is the worst issue for me. But yeah, I like this movie a lot. 8.5 for me is uh, great. It's great. um, so any closing thoughts before we move on to the final topic? I guess not. So, um, Mank, it's the weakest topic, weakest film for me, the weakest movie for me in this current stream. So because of that, I need to go to the bathroom. So you guys can start up the discussion. I will just in.
All right. Well, for me,
I will just pull up. Okay, I've got my notes. So once I'm back, so just guys keep talking about it. Mank,
yeah.
weak movie for me. Let's do this.
Okay. Well, yeah. For me, yeah, this isn't a film that like quite like resonated with me on like a personal level or anything. It's a pretty I already kind of knew the full story of the creation of it, and it just wasn't a film that like stood with me. But as a film overall, though, I did think it was pretty well made. Excellent cinematography, directing, acting, all that by Gary Oldman and everyone. And it does tell an interesting story. It's just not something for me personally that I get too much like entertainment level or personal connections to it. Yeah, I mean, I'll say one. Again, we watched Citizen Kane and talked about like the history of it and also its creation. And yeah, this is a film that's kind of about it on the writer's side, the person who wrote the entire film and came up with all those ideas and stuff. Well, there's one big issue I have with that though, and this is an issue that everybody has kind of pointed out though. And well, firstly, I should start by saying though that okay, you're back. Okay, yeah. Well, I should start saying that that David Fincher actually didn't write this film. His dad did, and he passed away in like 2002. And so he wanted to around that time. So he wanted to finish the script and give him full credit for it, and then do the film for him out of a tribute as well, sort of.
And the first draft of the film by his father was really biased towards the writer, and it has still kind of stayed in the newer drafts that he wrote for it. Like, and now, yes, the writer deserves tons of credit. I mean, Herman J. Mankiewicz, he wrote all of it and came up with all those things, but the movie tries to depict it as in like the entire film and based on like his life and everything that goes on, everything that went on that's inspired by the film and all the shots and every character. He tries to make it seem like all of it is his idea, though, when the fact of the matter is there's a lot that the director Orson Welles did as well. Like, it's really kind of too biased towards the writer and undermining his work as well on it. Like, both of them deserve a lot of credit, but so that's a big problem there for me, and a problem that a lot of people have kind of pointed out. But I mean, yeah, when it comes to just the film itself, though, I mean, yeah, very well made, very well acted, and all that. Well shot. Covers some topics and about the film industry for its time. When they were just making a bunch of like monster films, and also the transformation to color and stuff, and like what Babylon did, and then the film's creation, and also the things that were going on at the time, like World War II and stuff. But yeah, it wasn't something that I was too intrigued by outside of things here and there, just because I already knew the story, but also I just don't think the film did as compelling of a job with it as it could have. I do think just Citizen Kane is a way better film than Mank is, but overall, though, I did enjoy it, though. But for me, I would probably put this film around where I would with The Curious Case of Benjamin Button on a personal level. Like, if we're talking about a film, like how well made it is, I would give it like an 8 out of 10. But overall and on a personal level, too, it would be a bit lower than that, and I won't say my grade for it yet, but it would probably be the same one I gave for The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. But yeah, and overall, that's all I have to really say, because this is a type of biopic film where I don't have too much to say outside of all that. So yeah, kind of done there.
So, what did you thought of it overall, DC?
I just thought it was an okay movie. I do agree it's definitely the weakest out of the ones we've seen, or at least the ones in the stream. Yeah, I thought it was very weak. I thought it was very, very slow. I get that it's meant to be slow, but I think it felt way too slow. I also just thought some of the character storylines were just, I did not like. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that was rough, man. I will repeat myself. I needed 2 shots to watch the movie. I needed a break.
Yeah.
So
I
yes,
think we all did, just like the main character.
yeah. Yesterday I was like, okay, I will watch this. So today I can watch before the stream, uh, the fifth movie. But what happened is after an
Oh,
hour.
you had to take a break, so you spent that time on the fifth watching the fourth, finishing it.
So
Yeah.
Listen, that's understandable. This is one that I definitely expected you to not really like, but again, we did it just to complete the filmography, which is also why I threw in Citizen Kane there. And also so guys can, learn a bit about, I guess, film history, which we'll do every once in a while, but yeah, I knew this would not be a very entertaining film for you guys. Like,
so
as somebody who
Yeah.
likes slow dramas like this, even this wasn't that impressive in comparison to a lot of others. This and is one of David Fincher's weakest.
well, sometimes slow drama are fine if the characters are appealing, but man, I there was too many characters. The fact that it was in black and white again. The moment you're in black and white, man, my interest dip a lot. Um, so yeah, I took my break. I did a very long stream that took much longer than I expected, and after that, I was dead tired, so I went to sleep. and there was freaking construction during the day, so I had really hard time sleeping, and I'm a night owl, so I sleep during the day, and that's also something I keep used to because my job will be night job, so I need to maintain that kind of day to day. I need to sleep during the day. Of course, when I don't work, I go to sleep earlier naturally, but I still need to go to sleep late. So when I woke up, I was like, oh right, I need to watch the other hour of that movie. That drained me, and
Yeah.
then I got lost into streams. I had time to finish Mank for sure, but then at around 4, I was like, oh shit, I haven't seen the fifth movie. I didn't have time. Um, so yeah, I was like, oh, okay, I guess that will be next week, Alien. Um, yeah, that was rough, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of like my story whenever we do the podcast, because sometimes I literally I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot I have to do the podcast today, and yeah, and I'm too busy watching other stuff, and that's not any of the films. Keep forgetting. It's like over time, I was like, oh wait, I need to check the time because I remember I still had that podcast, and I was like, and sometimes when I go outside just for like a walk, I check the time, and it's like 4, and I was like, oh crap, I forgot I had to do a podcast. It's like, and then I had to watch all of that, and yeah, I understand where you're coming from because I've literally been like that all the time, or majority of the time.
And that's funny because I'm also really bad at time management, and I forgot that my mother would come home Saturday to visit me, and I've seen her, and I ended up not watching anything on Saturday. I actually forgot what I did after she left, but there's a big blank there because I've seen Rocky on Friday, and Rocky. Actually, no, Rocky 3 I've seen it Thursday, and Rocky 4 I've seen it Friday, and Sunday I've seen Tattoo, and yesterday I've seen Mank. But yeah, I completely forgot my mother was coming Saturday, so that's the other thing.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, so okay, I guess we can dive deeper into the movie, and I feel like I will repeat
Yeah.
myself a
I mean,
bit.
for me, I'm done, so you guys can go. You know.
same
Okay,
thing with
so you got
same
the
thing with.
floor.
Okay, so I guess you have the floor.
uh,
Yeah,
Pacing. Oh my, that was terrible. I needed my break. The pacing was really bad. Too many character. I didn't care. I didn't know any of their names. None of these actor or actresses really like. They all looked and acted the same. They are not. They are good actors, but they all look. They all like. They all feel like they are not unique character. Maybe I'm too harsh.
uh, well, I mean, what about Gary Oldman, the lead?
Main character, Mank, the alcoholic that's writer and the bad writer. Uh, it was fine. It was the only character I could recognize. All the others, I was like, who the fuck is that? What they're saying?
yeah,
I mean, he's
I had that
considered
too.
a fantastic character actor, and I believe he was actually in some stuff you might have seen. I'm actually going to search up his
yeah.
filmography and see Gary Oldman.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
I recognize the name. I can't remember which movie I've seen from him, but that name sounds familiar.
Well, let's see. He was in Fifth Element. He was in the Dark Knight films. I know that. I believe I believe Michael Caine was Alfred, so I don't remember who Gary Oldman. Oh yeah, I think he was actually I believe he was the cop character, the main cop. I forgot his name, but
uh,
yeah,
Gordon, Commissioner Gordon.
yeah, I believe so.
Are you
Yeah, he was
sure?
in some Harry Potter films.
Are you
Yeah,
sure
I'm
it
pretty
was
sure.
the Alfred, Jim Gordon.
Yeah, he was.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Again,
Yeah.
Gary Oldman has been a what he does a lot of fantastic character
Yes, you're right.
performances. So like with like the makeup and hairstyling and the accents, he completely transforms himself in each role, completely different from the other sort of like what Kristen Bale does, especially with like the weight gain or weight loss he does in a lot of films, which he had to stop doing because after doing Vice because his heart was getting fucked up from constantly doing that. He would like gain weight for a role and then lose it, and it would fuck up his heart.
Wow. But I will admit, the lead. I think everyone did a good job. Acting is one of the strengths, but I think it's more the characterization and the writing, or maybe the clothes and the costume and stuff. Um, man, I just could not really latch on onto any characters. I had apathy for most of the movie. I also placed the movie on background, to be honest. Uh, the pacing, again, I mentioned it twice. This was twice in the first hour. This is funny because after my break, I actually had no issue, but I barely have notes, so this means there's a lot of things I didn't care about. So it's not necessarily amazing. It's just that I didn't care about that. Maybe I was tapped out. I don't know. Um, so yeah, these are my issue. Pacing time too, and too many character. I just didn't
Yeah.
really stick the landing for me.
Yeah, that was some of my problems. I think some of them I did not mention, like too many characters. I didn't even recognize a single person, or even do what was a single person. Even Gary Oldman.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's the thing with yeah, sometimes it's a bit difficult to like keep track of characters. But again, that's also the part of the reason they were trying to adapt again that real life thing, and there's a lot of real life people in those scenarios, and that the film is based on. So they have to, and it can get confusing. They try their best, but yeah, if you're not used to that type of stuff, and especially black and white, when films are in black and white, it's yeah, it makes it even more difficult to try to tell apart
yeah,
characters.
yeah. I think I've noticed that with Citizen Kane as well because I couldn't recognize a single person.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We are the
Yeah,
same on that. So I still had a few likes. As I said earlier, the actors are doing their job, I guess. Because I wasn't sure at first. I was like, oh yeah, I guess they're fine. But as the movie went on, I was like, yeah, the actors are actually good. Uh, the girl leaving after reading bad news, and at the end of the movie, she learned that she worried for nothing, and this is fine. They also showed sadness instead of telling. Show me more, don't tell me. The costume are fine, I guess. Even if I didn't recognize anybody, I'm like, there's clearly money into these costumes. The blonde is likable, but I feel like it doesn't say much because there's like 30 blondes. Mank is
Yeah,
likable.
I mean,
I enjoyed Mank a lot.
yeah, I mean, yeah, the this did get a handful of Oscar noms, including him and the blonde actress Amanda Seyfried, I believe her name is. But yeah, I believe the two Oscars is one were for cinematography and production design, reenacting old Hollywood.
So the people telling why they vote for Miriam was fine. I enjoyed that part. The guy thinking about dying because of his illness, that was very relatable. He has Parkinson or something, and then he
And
kills
that was a
himself.
good scene there.
Yeah, that was amazing. That was one of the best scenes of the movie. Um, poor Sarah is a cool character, I guess. I can't
Yeah.
remember her true name. Maybe that's Sarah. I don't know. I just remember. Oh, poor Sarah. That character is cool. Um, now, the probably the second best scene after the guy killing himself because of the illness, the ending where truth are told about Mank's salary. I enjoyed the crap out of it. That was wow. That was like actually a good moment. I'm like, okay, the movie was worth watching just because of that. um, the other guy breaking the box full of liquor, uh, and the ending where Mank win an Oscar and then dies young because alcoholism. These are stuff I quite enjoyed. So the second half wasn't as bad as the first half, I think. That's a lot coming from me. So I don't have much more to say. Do you have anything else to say, DC?
No, no.
Okay, I guess we can move on to the grade. What would be your
Yeah,
grade,
I
DC?
will. I will say though one thing. I did like though how they reenacted how because a lot back then they made a lot of propaganda films like disguises films to get people to do things, and I think this film is like probably the first film I've seen that actually showcased that, with like the vote and stuff and what the film they made for it, that propaganda film to get them to vote for that guy. I appreciate that. Also, fun fact, I guess I didn't realize Bill Nye starred in this, but I guess he did. Anyway, continue on with your ratings.
Yeah, all right.
What would be your grade out of 10, DC?
A 5 out of 10.
Okay. And me, because I think it will be worse than Cole, 7 out of 10. Because, as I say a lot, it's more like I think the movie is well done than really my enjoyment. My enjoyment level is probably a 4 or a 3. But I recognize this movie is still well done by competent people. And the actors are doing their job. So I just think it's unfair to give it a 4 or a 3. I think the most fair grade I could give is a 7 because it's average. It's not a movie I connected with, but I can see why some people can connect with it because it's well done.
Uh, yeah, for me, this is one of those type of films that I struggle with the rating. If I should go more for personal, more for objective, like on an, well, I'm just gonna say a big range. I'm not gonna give it an exact rating for now because I don't really have one. But the it's between a 7 to 8 out of 10 on a personal enjoyment level. It's more of a 7 out of 10. On an objective level, it's more of like an 8 out of 10. And I have it as an 8 on the site I use right now. But I don't know. It's a bit difficult there. But yeah, on a personal level though, yeah, it's kind of like on the same as the Curious Case of Benjamin Button.
I can't remember which grade I gave Benjamin Button, a 7 or 6.5.
7.
I gave it 7. So I think I would say Benjamin Button I liked it more than this. Because I had much more to say. Our discussion lasted for what, like 20 minutes, half an hour, just on that.
Yeah.
And this current conversation, we had DC with us, and it lasted 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, to be fair, when it comes to biopics, there's less to say. Even if we love them, like for example, you really enjoyed Zodiac, but it was more of a biopic, just reenacting stuff. So I guess you didn't have too much to say.
Oh, Zodiac had a lot to say. It's.
Oh right. Well, okay, I guess stuff like that, but as long as it's done a certain way. But stuff like this, it's like,
We had
eh.
our Zodiac talk lasted for at least 20 to 30 minutes.
I did not. Yeah, I didn't realize. I guess I forgot.
I do the timestamps, I know. 20 to 30
Okay, well,
minutes.
anyway. Well, so I guess yeah, we have finished another filmmaker's filmography, and we'll be keep doing that for filmographies with actors or directors, and also franchises, and also just new films that come out in 2023 and other years, and just classic films. But yeah,
I
this is.
I think
Sorry, go.
I think David Fincher is great overall. I feel like most of his movies are from average to great. Some of his movies are just amazing. I have Gone Girl in mind. I liked it so
Yeah,
much.
I mean he's definitely better with the throwers.
Yeah, yeah. But what else you were saying before
I was just saying, so yeah, this is the film that's coming out this year unless it gets delayed. So yeah, we'll be watching that, I guess. Comes out on Netflix, so that's cool. And yeah,
I'm
it's based on a
excited.
graphic novel.
I
Yeah,
want to
Michael
see that.
Fassbender. Nice. So yeah, we'll line that up. And yeah, there's also we probably won't go through his full filmography this year, or at least like connect it to when the film comes out, because the film comes out in I believe October, and we have a lot of other films still to get to, and his filmography is like 30 films long, so we probably wouldn't get to it in time, or it would just be chaotic. But one filmmaker we will be doing soon, or next, or whenever after we get through these other projects, will be Martin Scorsese, because he does have a new film coming out this year that is very anticipated, Killers of the Flower Moon. So that it will be another filmmaker we'll try to like get through his films with leading up to it. But I mean, if not, then we'll at least watch some of them, and then the newer one, and then we'll catch up on the others at a later date.
Man, that was another great week. Thank you very much for the both of you. Decent Cole, guys are amazing. We got a great panel, I think. Guys are really pulling your weights, as
Yeah.
they say. Thank you very much
Yeah,
for your time.
I will say Alien will probably be moved back to the 22nd with others, but yeah. So I would recommend, though, DC, write some notes down on the Alien film in case you forget.
All
Yeah,
right.
next week, though, so yeah, we'll be finishing off the Rocky franchise if we have time with the 5 last films, basically,
Yeah.
and the spin-offs there. And I'm excited for because there's one issue that I have with the second or third in the spin-offs that I wanted to explain for a while, but we would have to watch them first so you guys understand, and after watching the Rocky films, so I'm excited to explain it when we get to it. But yeah, and I hope you guys really enjoy Rocky 5, because that's quite a masterpiece, obviously.
Really? Are you?
A,
No, that's...
a masterpiece in how not to do a Rocky film.
Rocky loses at the end. The end.
Yeah, the premise is just like Rocky, now that he's washed up and retired and does shit blah blah blah,
Really?
then does something blah blah. Well, it starts out like that, like he's kind of washed up and retired now and
But-
training some new guys. But then some shit happens, blah blah blah, fight, blah blah blah.
Why?
But I don't know. They had like no ideas though for that film, and it's so pathetic.
This
You'll
movie
see.
is about you wanting to train because of Rocky. This is an empowering movie. What the fuck?
Yeah. The Rocky franchise is great at that. It inspires you to train and work hard. But yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm for when the summer really hits us. I will work out again, because in the summer I usually work out.
No, these films have actually inspired me to lose all my weight. I've been doing that, but I'm still at a 350. I've lost 100 recently, but I'm still at 350 right now. This inspired me to lose all of it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing here. It's actually been inspiring me to do weights, and it's actually been inspiring me to actually even fight or learn how to fight.
That's good. That's Rocky, man. Rocky, you did a great job, man. Anyway.
So yeah, I really hope you guys enjoyed the 5th.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
Enjoys it because I like the least one out of the rest for some reason, and I think I'm probably the one that's gonna love, and it's probably even the so.
Maybe.
Man, here again, thank you very much for your dedication and your time. Guys are amazing. I will post the next 2 weeks, or Cole will post the next 2 weeks. depending
I'll
what's the
post the next
fastest.
2 weeks because
Okay.
I need to like organize some things after we delayed the Alien versus Predator films and the one Alien film, so I need to like organize it and decide what to do next. But
Yeah.
yeah, we're definitely gonna have to move back to Star Wars projects, later on. But we'll eventually get to
Or
those, and then we can invite Chill.
yeah, or we move the Predators and stuff after Star Wars. I think what
Yeah, we could, because I mean the rest of the Predator films or Alien films are not even like very good. We're just doing it to be completionists
yeah.
mainly and cover the whole universe. So we can easily like keep moving those back if you wanted to. But yeah,
Yeah,
we'll see.
we will see. We will talk to Chillmonger for sure, but I want Star Wars to be early in next season, like to start off with a blast, maybe like episode 2 or 3,
Well, I
because
scheduled it so if everything worked out, then we would cover it for the 3 to 4 weeks at the very start of the season. But unfortunately, it didn't. As figured though. But
yeah,
yeah, we'll
but
see.
yeah, because keep in mind, Cole, the last episode for this season, which is 48, 3 weeks from now. So we got next week 46, the following 47, and the third week 48 is the season finale. And I actually lost the count. I hope it's not the week. DC is out. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it's 6. So, oh my. Okay, so we will push back 1 week the season premiere, or we will do something special in between, because I would like DC to being able to be there for the season premiere for the tier list of the shows. So
Yeah.
we will probably like end up making a special edition on the week of the 6th, Cole. So maybe try making a special edition like in between season and stuff.
Yeah, we'll see. What would the special edition consist of, in your opinion? What would you want?
I don't know, like select like a few movies of a filmmaker. I don't know, like um, maybe
Maybe what we could do is for the special edition one we could actually I don't know about
we
I actually don't.
we
I
will
was thinking
talk.
of maybe picking old. We'll talk. I was thinking of maybe picking old films that came out this year, but a lot of them
Yeah,
consist of franchises that we've been doing leading up to it, so it wouldn't work. So I don't know. We'll see. I'll see if there's like enough out there where we can do
maybe
that. I don't know.
maybe Guardian of the Galaxy, the 3 movies, because the third one just came out.
That could work. Yeah, that
Yeah,
could work. Cause yeah, I don't think we covered the
yeah.
I don't think we covered the other two. Yeah,
No,
I
we
mean we've all
didn't.
seen them, but we haven't reviewed them. But that's the thing, though, because you wanted to do a the MCU thing first.
Yeah, but
You know.
that's fine. We will eventually get back to the MCU, but we could actually cover all 3 Guardians of the Galaxy. That would be like the special
Yeah,
edition
yeah. I
stuff.
mean, if we ever do that MCU, whenever we ever do that MCU marathon thing, I mean, we can just skip over the ones we reviewed already. We can just
Yeah, exactly,
do the
exactly.
rest. So yeah.
So to give you an idea, season 3 will officially start on the 13th. You can the 13th, right, DC?
Yeah.
Okay.
Curtis.
So
Um.
you got. Were you about to say something?
No. It was all I said was after the 6th. From that point onwards, I should be okay.
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 So season 3 will officially start June 13th. So keep that in mind, Cole, when you make the planning. And
Yeah.
I
I'll
feel
do that
like
tonight.
maybe June 20 or the week after 20, like June 27 or something. Around these areas, we will try to get Chillmonger on. So
Yeah.
we will see how it goes with that.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
so man, here again, guys are making this show happening. Thank you a lot. You are really great, guys. So to anyone that was watching, thank you very much. Like, comment, and subscribe. Go in the description below. you will find a DC channel. What do you have going on your channel, DC?
Nothing.
Okay, at least you're there with us, right? Thank you very much
Yeah.
for being there with us. Anyway, I wish all a great night, and guys, take